Welcome back, brothers, to Admiral. Tonight's story is about the war that defined the Black Templars. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get into the madness.
Armageddon filled the lower reaches of the viewing vault like a world set upon a sacrificial plate before a wrathful god. Its night side was not dark. No true darkness remained upon that ravaged sphere. The planet glimmered with the sores of war. Hive clusters burned in continent-spanning constellations of red and furnace orange. Fire crawled the seams of manufacturing belts. Vast lines of artillery strobed like electrical faults in the flesh of the world. Here and there, whole districts had become molten wounds, their outlines blurred beneath storm fronts, thick with chem smoke, ash, and the corpse dust of uncounted dead. Above the atmosphere, the void itself had turned carrion. Wrecked escorts spun in slow funeral arcs. Cargo hulks leaked frozen clouds of atmosphere and blood. Blackened shards of orbital stations tumbled among drifting coffins, ammunition canisters, splintered wings, and the glittering dust of ships murdered so completely that only debris remained to bear witness. Marshal Ramiel Voss stood in the shadow of the armored glass and watched the burning world without movement. The red light from Armageddon reached through the vault and stained the black of his warplate as though it sought to claim him. The white cross upon his breast looked carved from old bone. Around him, serfs, bridge officers, helmsmen, and chained astropaths kept their silence. No man wished to profane the stillness around a son of dawn when his gaze was fixed upon a battlefield. The strike cruiser groaned as macro cannon recoil shuddered through its length. A heartbeat later came the shriek of warning runes. Auspec's icons flared crimson across the bridge hololith. Greenskin attack craft, 100 strong, boiled out from behind the wreckage of a ruined Imperial escort and came arrowing through the void in savage packs, their drives vomiting dirty fire. "Port batteries," Voss said. His voice was quiet, and for that reason alone, every mortal on the bridge strained to hear it. "Scour them." The order ran down the command chain. A moment later, the cruiser's macro batteries answered. Lance light flashed. Shells the size of tanks crossed the void and broke Orc craft into spinning halos of wreckage. Yet there were too many. There were always too many. Fighter bombers jinked through debris fields with impossible vulgar agility, firing streams of tracer and crude missiles into the advancing Imperial formation. One escort frigate to starboard vanished beneath overlapping detonations, its spine splitting open in white fire. Another died more slowly, rolling over itself while chunks of armor and bodies spilled from the torn flanks. The Black Templars drove onward. They did not wheel away to preserve formation integrity. They did not scatter to answer every distress call pleading across the command box. They came in close-hunted packs of their own, their warships knifing through the maelstrom toward the same descending vector. Their engines burned with ruthless purpose. The Fleetmaster, a withered veteran hard-linked into his station by cables and prayer seals, looked up through one blind eye and one augmetic lens. "My Lord Marshal, fresh requests for aid. Hell's Reach anchorage, Infernus docks, the northern defense belt above Hades' hive. All demand immediate support." Voss did not turn from the planet. "How many fronts are dying?" he asked. The Fleetmaster swallowed. "All of them, Lord." "Then they may continue to die without stealing this crusade from its purpose." At that, several mortal officers lowered their eyes. One made the sign of the Aquila. Another muttered a prayer for the souls already being abandoned. Voss heard him. Whether he cared was another matter. "A crusade is not a trembling hand scattering crumbs to beggars," the Marshal said. "It is a blade, one blade, driven where it will kill deepest. Let the Navy fritter itself thin if it wishes. We do not scratch at 10 wounds. We open one, unto the bone." The Fleetmaster bowed his head. "As you command." The strike cruiser punched through the last curtain of void fire and entered low orbit, flanked by its sister vessels and screened by the bodies of ships already dead. Armageddon swelled in the viewing vault until it became everything. A gong began to sound through the vessel, once, twice, then again and again, rolling through decks, magazine holds, reclusium chapels, launch bays, barracks, apothecarian vaults, and arming chambers alike. It was not an alarm. It was a summons. The launch cathedral had once been a cargo embarkation hold in some forgotten age of shipbuilding. Under the stewardship of the chapter, it had been remade into a place fit for warriors who worshipped the emperor through conquest. Ribbed buttresses rose into shadow. Chains hung from the darkness above, bearing censers, standards, and reliquaries filled with finger bones, teeth, and parchment scraps stained with the oils of 1,000 oaths. Thunderhawks crouched in their cradles like predators awaiting release. Drop pods stood in locked ranks beneath red lumen strips and drifting incense haze. Between them, serried files of Black Templars knelt in full warplate, helms locked to belts or mag clamped at their thighs, heads bared beneath the smoke. Reclusiarch Odrin Malcor stood before them upon a raised iron pulpit welded from the armor of fallen enemies. His crozius rested against one shoulder. Its winged skull glinted in the candlelight. His skull helm was locked in place, rendering his voice metallic and sepulchral when he began to speak. "Look below, sons of dawn." The words rolled from amplifiers and chapel speakers with such force that even the thunderhawks seemed to vibrate in answer. "Look upon Armageddon, and behold what becomes of the Emperor's realm when the alien is permitted breath. See the hive spires desecrated. See the forges darkened. See the altars choked with smoke and the roads paved in his subjects. Look well, for this is not misfortune. This is permission. Somewhere, some weaker hand granted the Xenos 1 hour unpunished. 1 hour of tolerance. 1 hour without the sword." His crozier struck the pulpit. The crack rang through the hold. "We are here to end that hour." A growled assent rolled from the kneeling brethren. Malcor raised his free hand, parchment strips fluttering from his vambrace. The Cinder Gate corridor feeds guns, shells, promethium, iron, and prayer into the hives that yet endure. If it falls, the war front there starves. If it starves, the hive defenses fail. If they fail, the world drowns deeper in filth. Therefore hear this oath. We hold the corridor unto victory or death. We yield no road, no shrine forge, no rail line, no embankment, no breach. We stand, we butcher, we endure. By the throne, by dawn, by the black cross, we endure. The answer shook the launch cathedral. No pity, no remorse, no fear. Sword brother Cademan. Gort spoke the words with the others, yet as the final syllable left his mouth, something cold touched the back of his thoughts. It was not sound, it was not sight. For a heartbeat, the cathedral was gone. He smelled blood on hot iron. He saw a sword blackened by soot and haloed in furnace light. He heard, far away and impossibly close, the tolling of a bell beneath earth and ash. Then it vanished. He did not move. He did not look aside. A warrior of the Black Templars did not fidget like a mortal scholar child under catechism. Yet his gauntleted hand closed more tightly around the helm at his side. Silence might be weakness. Silence might also be survival. He was not yet certain which truth stared at him from that moment's darkness. Nearby, Initiate Dathan Krail rose from one knee and turned to the youth at his flank. Brusque Gallen was broad-shouldered for a neophyte and already scarred across face and scalp, but there remained something unfinished in his eyes, some trace of a creature not yet wholly consumed by war. Dathan hated that softness, in the same way a bladesmith hated a flaw in steel. He keyed a tactical slate across Brusque's bracer. Runes flashed, mapping embarkation vectors and kill assignments in red. You remain with me from planetfall to death, Dathan said. Brusque nodded at once. By your will, brother. Dathan seized the neophyte's gorget and dragged him close until their foreheads nearly struck. Not by my will, by your worth. Hear me now, whelp. You do not learn war. You survive it until it claims a shape inside you. Until then, you are meat praying to become iron. Brusque did not look away. I understand. No, Dathan said, releasing him. You do not. That is why you may live. The oath ceremony ended, not with dismissal, but with action. Helms locked into place. Chainswords were mag-clamped and drawn again in ritual sequence. Bolters were checked by instinctive motion. Prayer seals snapped in the hot air, from the launch engines waking around them. Servitors trudged through the ranks bearing ammunition caskets and blessed oils. The whole cathedral shifted from sanctified silence into disciplined violence held on a leash. Before embarkation, the command briefing convened in a strategium chamber buried behind armored bulkheads thick enough to shame a bunker wall. The hololith at the chamber's center projected a segment of Armageddon's war surface in ghostly green and blood-red overlays. Rails, furnace districts, munitorum depots, fuel lines, shrine forges, defensive emplacements. The Cindergate corridor stretched across the display like a wound stitched shut with iron. Colonel Stefan Dryle of the Armageddon Steel Legion stood on the far side of the hololith in greatcoat, rebreather collar, and battered cuirass. He had the lean, ash-starved face of a man who had inhaled war since childhood. His left sleeve was scorched black from elbow to wrist. He did not waste time pretending. Ease in the presence of Astartes. If the corridor falls, Dryle said, tapping one gloved finger to the green-lit rail nexus, these depots die with it. Ammunition, track fuel, shell carriers, replacement parts for the hive guns. The shrine forges here and here provide breach seals, HAB power couplings, and weapon castings for 3 active defense sectors. These lines go dead. The western hive frontage begins to choke within the day, perhaps sooner. Mortal officers flanking him nodded with grave faces. A Vox adept whispered casualty projections to a clerk, whose hands shook as he wrote. Marshal Voss regarded the hololith as if he were considering where best to place a blade between ribs. How many civilians remain in the corridor? He asked. Dryle answered at once. Too many. Labor populations, forge clergy, transport guilds, rail crews, HAB workers trapped by the collapse of the southern transit roads. Evacuation is incomplete. Voss's gaze lifted to meet the colonel's. Then your evacuation has already failed. The words dropped into the chamber like lead into deep water. Drayle's jaw tightened. My duty is to hold the corridor and preserve what can be preserved. Your duty, said Voss, is to ensure the war effort does not wither for want of nerve. Civilians are not irrelevant. They are secondary. If the depots burn, if the rails die, if the forges are silenced, then every soul still cowering in that corridor is already a corpse awaiting the proper hour. One of Dryle's staff officers made a noise of protest before mastering himself. The colonel silenced him with a glance. It was then that Dryle understood. He had fought beside Astartes before. He had seen noble masks and ritual courtesy. He had heard great speeches of guardianship and sacrifice. The warriors before him were something harsher. These were not angels come to reassure the frightened. These were executioners armed with doctrine. They would save Armageddon, if they could, by deciding what portion of it was worth abandoning. Understood, Dryle said at last, though his voice carried no warmth. Voss inclined his head once. Agreement had been extracted. Nothing more was required. The chamber vox crackled, then crackled again, then erupted into layered reports from orbit and surface alike, voices shouting over shell bursts and static wash. Greenskin landings confirmed across the equatorial ash belts. Armored columns breaking from drop zones east of the corridor. Repeat east of the corridor. Massed armor, walkers, battle wagons in the thousands. Munitorum block Kappa has gone silent. Shrine District Vox dead. Lower rail nexus overrun. Enemy numbers in the millions. Emperor preserve us. In the millions. The reports did not cease. They multiplied. Every fresh transmission was another nail hammered into the coffin of a district, a depot, a regiment, a street full of souls. Voss turned from the hololith. "Embark," he said. No further speech was needed. The launch bays thundered open to the red glare of Armageddon below. Thunderhawks lifted on roaring turbines and wing thrusters, their hulls marked by campaign scars and shrine script. Stormbirds growled at their restraints. Landing craft swung free on mag clamps before plunging into the open void toward the atmosphere. Drop pods were locked into firing tubes, their machine spirits snarling in bursts of binharic and warning chimes. Servitors withdrew. Blessings were spoken, last locks disengaged. Cademan strode up the assault ramp of his assigned Thunderhawk without another word about the thing he had felt in the chapel. Dathan shoved Brusque toward a pod cradle and followed him in. Reclusiarch Malcor took his place amid a squad of sword brethren, Crozius across his knees, as still as an execution statue in an old tomb. Marshal Voss remained standing in the center of his gunship. One gauntlet wrapped around an overhead chain, helm at last sealed over his face so that he became faceless wrath clad in black. The signal rune flashed. The first wave launched. They went down through a sky so choked with ruin that it seemed the heavens themselves had been rendered apart by artillery. Burning ships fell beside them in long, screaming arcs. Escape craft spun aflame. Chunks of orbital plate tore through the upper atmosphere, trailing incandescent tails. Orc bombers dove and rose amid the wreckage, like carrion things feeding in a storm. Imperial interceptors flashed past in knife-bright bursts, pursued by tracer fire and missile smoke. Whole clusters of drop pods descended in massed patterns through shell bursts and flak blooms, their retros flaring like the eyes of wrathful saints. Below, Armageddon opened its furnace mouth. To the men descending upon it, planetfall no longer resembled deployment. It resembled the end of all things, and the beginning of something worse. The world struck them like a hammer of heat and noise. Thunderhawks screamed through boiling layers of smoke and cinder cloud, their hulls hammered by flak bursts and the shrapnel rain of a sky dying overhead. Through the armored vision slit of the troop bay, Bruce Gallen saw Armageddon only in fragments between warning runes and crackling static. Prometheum towers reared out of the haze like the columns of some blasphemous temple. Fire crowned their tops in streaming banners. Refinery gantries sprawled for leagues through the district below, tier on tier of pipework, pressure towers, storage tanks and rail arteries, much of it already blackened by war or split open, and vomiting gouts of burning fuel across loading yards and worker habs. The district had the look of a carcass left too close to a furnace. It did not burn cleanly. It cooked. The gunship bucked. Something struck the lower fuselage with a clang, like a ship bell hit by a giant's fist. Impact on port side. "Plating!" the pilot barked over the internal vox. "Approach unchanged. 30 heartbeats." Across from Brusque, Initiate Dathan Krail sat with his chainsword resting upright between his boots and his bolt pistol maglocked at his thigh. He was still as carved stone. The red lumen of the troop bay washed his scarred features in slaughter light, turning the old cut through his brow into a dark seam. Brusque checked his weapon for the third time and hated himself for it. Dathan saw, as Dathan always saw. "If you must pray over the bolter, do it in silence," the initiate said. Brusque set his hand back on his knee. "I was not praying." "Then your fear is noisier than your faith." No one else in the bay spoke. Marshal Ramiel Voss stood near the assault ramp with one gauntleted hand closed about a hanging chain, sword sheathed, helm lenses burning red. He had not moved since launch. Near him, sword brother Cademan Gault knelt in absolute stillness, head lowered, as if listening to something no mortal in the hold could hear. Reclusiarch Odrin Malcor remained by the central restraint rail with Crozius in hand, his skull helm angled toward the deck as though in contemplation, though Brusque had already learned that the chaplain's stillness never meant peace. It meant judgment awaiting its hour. The Vox crackled with broken fragments from the surface command net. Refinery District Carthax overrun. Repeat overrun. Orc walkers in loading yard primus. Labor populations trapped in the western habstacks. Steel Legion elements cut off at East Transit Gate. Fuel reserves compromised. Emperor preserve the tanks. Then another voice bled through the static, shrill with panic and half drowned under gunfire. They are coming out of the smoke in columns. They have discipline. Throne curse them. They are not breaking for scrap. They are driving straight for the tanking fields. The line vanished in a scream of feedback. Dathan rose as the descent lamps turned green. "You remember what I told you," he said without looking at Brusque. Brusque locked his helm into place with a hiss and heard his own breath become the company of a machine. "I remember." "You remember nothing, but your hands may yet obey." The assault ramp blew downward. Heat flooded into the troop bay like a living thing. The smell came with it, thick even through helm filters. Burning promethium, melting rubber, blood, chem smoke, hot metal, things cooked past recognition. Bolter fire snarled before Brusque had taken his third stride. Black Templars hit the ground at a run. No hesitation, no pause to orient, only the immediate and utter violence of purpose. Their formation spread and narrowed in the same motion, squads veering toward assigned lanes through shell holes, pipe alleys, loading ramps, and the tangled skeletons of wrecked haulers. The refinery district had already been consumed. Promethium towers burned like cathedral candles raised by giants, each one a pillar of white-orange flame roaring into the ash-choked sky. Their light strobed over slaughter. Orcs swarmed the loading yards in mobs thick as vermin tides, some huge and plated in stolen armor, others leaner and fast, all bellowing through smoke while they hacked at pinned defenders or ripped open vehicles for the joy of it. Dead workers lay in windrows beside broken carts and fuel lines. Steel Legion troopers fought from behind overturned tankers and rail wagons, their grey coats dark with blood. Gas masks turned to the enemy, while muzzle flashes winked through the fumes like votive lights in a tomb. The Black Templars struck them like an execution sentence delivered at speed. Voss's command vox snapped in Brusque's ear. "Advance! Cleanse! Break their spine!" Bolters answered with blunt thunder. Mass reactive shells burst greenskin heads into spray and fragments. Chests opened. Limbs vanished. One orc, charging with a cleaver the size of a door, lost half its torso in a detonation and spun away in steaming ruin. Dathan was already ahead of Brusque, bolt pistol barking one-handed, while his chainsword howled to life in the other. He met the first knot of Xenos at full pace and tore through them as if their flesh were cloth soaked in red water. Teeth of adamantium chewed through a throat, a collarbone, the top of a rib cage. An orc came apart in two wet sections, its guts slapping the decking in a cloud of vapor and blood. Brusque fired on the move. His first shots went wide. The next took a greenskin in the mouth and burst the back of its skull over a pressure manifold. Then the line collapsed into close slaughter, and there was no more room for aim. An orc slammed into him from the side, all corded muscle and tusks and rusted iron. The impact drove him against a pipe bank hard enough to wring his plate. Its breath was carrion rot and engine smoke. Its crude blade shrieked off his pauldron. Training vanished. Catechisms vanished. There remained only the impossible nearness of the thing and the animal fact that it meant to open him. Brusque killed it at arm's length. He did not remember drawing the combat blade. One moment the orc was there, roaring into his helm as spit and blood flecked the lenses. The next, the blade was under its jaw and driven upward with all the force in his gene-forged arm. The point punched through palate and into brain. Hot arterial blood fountained across his optics in a blinding red smear. The orc convulsed against him, twitching, choking, its weight pressing him into the pipework, even as life left it in wet grunts. Brusque froze. For one stupid instant, all battle was held behind the mask of that blood. He heard only his own breathing and the thick gurgle of the dying Xenos. Then, Dathan's gauntlet seized his tabard and tore him forward so violently the corpse fell away. "Move, you witless carrion thing!" Dathan snarled over the squad vox. "Would you let a dead beast kill you by standing still?" Brusque stumbled, recovered, fired. His bolts took another orc in the chest. The body burst backwards in a rain of meat and armor shards. Ahead, Steel Legion survivors rallied as the Astartes tore open a path through the yard. One grenadier squad rose from a shell crater with a Vox operator and a heavy stubber team, using the Templars' advance as a shield of momentum. Their lieutenant, face hidden behind rebreather lenses, pointed his men toward an overrun conveyor bridge, where panicked laborers were tumbling down ladders in packs, pursued by shrieking greenskins. The laborers were not alone. Orcs had driven themselves in among them, using their bodies as moving cover as they came on. A screaming knot of men in ash-stained overalls stumbled across the yard, hands raised, some already half-butchered, while greenskins shoved through them, laughing and firing. The Steel Legion lieutenant hesitated. The Black Templars did not. Voss raised his bolter and fired into the mass without a word. His brethren followed. Explosive rounds tore through workers and Xenos alike. Human chests burst, limbs cartwheeled. Orcs hidden among them went down in chunks, their cover transformed into red vapor and broken bones. The laborers' screams lasted only moments. The lieutenant stared. Even through the rebreather mask, Brusque could see the shock in the man's posture. Voss strode through the carnage without glancing down. Better the Emperor judges them in death than the alien uses them in life. The Steel Legion men followed. What else was there to do? The crusade smashed through the first yard and into a broad transit crossing where rail lines, fuel pipes, and elevated conveyor ways met beneath a haze of drifting sparks. Here, the fighting thickened. Orc fire hammered the junction from hab roofs and gantry mouths. Several guardsmen broke from cover and ran, throwing aside rifles as they fled down a side, street choked with smoke. Reclusiarch Malcor walked into the crossroads as shells burst in the distance and began to preach. "Where you stand is where you are weighed," he boomed, Crozius raised. "Not by your fear, not by your pain, by your obedience." The deserters heard him and faltered. One turned, another dropped to his knees, shaking. "Mercy, my lord," the kneeling man cried. "Please, the line is gone." Malcor drew his bolt pistol and shot him through the face. The head vanished in a pink and grey detonation. He shot the second through the throat as the man tried to run. He put the third round through the chest of the last deserter without breaking the cadence of his sermon. The line is where the faithful die. Whoever abandons it has judged himself unworthy of breath. The Steel Legion troopers nearest him straightened as if struck. Some made the Aquila, some looked away. None moved from their posts again. As the Templars pushed deeper, new reports infested the Vox. Most were fragmentary, swallowed by static and battle roar, but a name began to recur. First in guard traffic, then in panicked refinery channels. At last, even in orc bellowing intercepted and half-translated by the fleet linguists attached to Crusade Command. Mogrok Skull Crusher. The name moved through the net like a disease, a beast of unusual cunning for his breed. A war boss, not content with riot and noise, but but driving his mobs in hard thrusts toward fuel, transit, and armor concentrations. One report claimed he beat lesser bosses to death for stopping to loot. Another that he had chained burner gangs to trucks and whipped them toward breaches to keep the pressure unbroken. A wounded tank commander swore he had seen the monster directing battle wagons with hand signals like an artillery master. On Armageddon, where greenskins were everywhere and every warlord boasted himself a god of murder, the tales alone were enough to chill mortal blood. Dryle's command. Chimera ground up through the smoke to join the push. The colonel dismounted under fire and met Voss among a field of ruptured pipework and twitching bodies. "The eastern tanking fields are still contested," Dryle said. "My wounded are being moved through them now. We can stabilize the yard if we hold the reserves intact." Voss looked past him to the towering storage cylinders beyond, each vast enough to drown whole companies in fuel. Orc buggies and burner mobs were already probing the approaches. More would come. On this front, Promethium was worth more than flesh. "Negative," said the Marshal. "Prepare demolition." Dryle stiffened. "There are Imperial wounded inside those fields. There are also reserves enough to feed the enemy's engines for weeks. We can clear them." "No," Voss said. "It was not raised. It did not need to be." Dryle stepped closer, ash settling on his shoulders. "Those men are yours now as much as mine. Some still. Breathe, because we held for your arrival." Voss turned his helm toward the colonel. Red lenses met the blank stare of the gas mask. The dead are less dangerous than the captured. For a moment, Brusque thought Dryle might continue, and there would be folly in that. Yet the colonel knew war too well. He looked once toward the tanking fields, where stretcher teams moved in the smoke between flame-lit towers, and whatever words he had died behind the rebreather. The demolition order went out. Charges were placed by servitors, sappers, and 2 Black Templars, who advanced through incoming fire as if crossing a chapel floor. The detonation came with a light so vast it cast shadows beneath the smoke layer for leagues around. Fuel tanks burst in sequence, one after another, climbing into the heavens as pillars of white and orange fury. The blast wave knocked men from walkways and rolled dead orcs through the yard like discarded dolls. Burning promethium cascaded across pipelines, loading platforms and hab walls, consuming the living and the dead in the same ravenous glare. Brusque watched shapes moving in the inferno for a heartbeat too long, human shapes. He vomited inside his helm. The sour stench flooded his filters. He ripped the helm loose the moment the local air was judged survivable and dropped to one knee behind a shattered coupling manifold, retching onto blood-slick metal while the battle still thundered around him. His throat burned. His eyes watered from smoke and humiliation alike. Dathan found him there after the yard was taken, the initiate's armor striped with gore and soot, one shoulder plate hanging open where some heavy caliber round had nearly torn it free. "You shame yourself in private, at least," Dathan said. Brusque wiped his mouth with the back of one gauntlet. "I saw them burn. And now you have learned that fire does not sort the deserving from the weak." Brusque looked up, anger and sickness wrestling inside him. "There were our own in there. There are always our own in there." Dathan crouched so that his scarred face was close, his voice low enough that only Brusque heard it over the distant gunfire. "Hear me, whelp. Disgust is only fear dressed in better words. You think yourself noble because your gut revolts. It does not. It merely proves you still imagine war should spare something." He rose and resealed his helm. War spares nothing worth remembering. Around them, the first field of battle had fallen silent, save for the crackle of fire, the hiss of ruptured lines, and the groans of the dying. Black Templars moved among the corpses like dark priests after a sacrament of butchery, finishing Xenos survivors with bolt rounds and blades. Steel Legion troopers established firing lines among wrecked haulers and mangled rail cars. Servitors dragged ammunition forward. Apothecaries harvested gene seed from the fallen with ritual haste. Above it all, the crusade banner went up, its black cross unfurling in the furnace wind over a ground so thick with shredded bodies that the metal decking was no longer visible beneath the ruin of flesh. Brusque forced himself back to his feet. His legs felt steady now. That frightened him more than the sickness had. Then came the sound. At first, it was only a distant metallic clatter beyond the outer wreckage ring, where ruined tankers and collapsed conveyors formed a jagged wall around the yard approaches. The clatter became impacts. The impacts became the scrape of crude hooks and iron claws biting into steel. Then came voices, not human, not even properly words, but a rising tide of guttural hunger. Helms snapped toward the perimeter, bolters lifted. Malcor's Crozius came up in one hand, while his pistol rose in the other. Voss stood beneath the snapping banner and looked toward the wreckage field without the smallest trace of doubt. The second wave was climbing. Orcs swarmed over the shattered hulls of tankers and broken rail engines, coming in such numbers that the wreckage itself seemed to move beneath them. Some hauled themselves upward on chains and spikes. Others leapt from twisted gantries, firing wildly as they came. Burner nozzles glowed in the smoke. Truck horns blared beyond the wall of scrap. Somewhere in the red haze, something large roared loud enough to shake dust from the steel bones of the refinery. Dryle's men tightened their line. The Black Templars stepped forward to meet the storm, and the fires of Armageddon burned on. The second wave broke upon the refinery yard like a tide of rusted iron and green flesh. But it did not break the crusade line. It only drove it backward in measured bloodletting, away from the burning tanking fields and deeper toward the true artery they had come to hold. Cindergate was not one gate. It was a fortress belt, a transit nexus, a chain of bastions and rail cuts and armored checkpoints strung across the refinery marches like vertebrae. Along the spine of the hive approaches, freight lines ran through it in parallel veins, carrying shells, promethium, ration blocks, spare track segments, reactor couplings, and the 1,000 unglamorous burdens without which great wars rotted from within. Fortress towers of blackened ferrocrete rose over switching yards and loading cranes. Shrine forges smoked behind curtain walls. Transit embankments ran like raised scars across the ash flats, turning the approaches into killing ground for any enemy fool enough to come in daylight. The orcs were not fools enough. They came in smoke, in dusk, in shell haze, in the shifting glare of burning towers. They came behind wrecked haulers used as moving shields. They came through storm drains and maintenance canals and collapsed service tunnels. They came with buggies skidding over corpse mounds and with mobs on foot running beneath the cover of artillery, crude enough to be called random by the ignorant and murderous enough to be called precise by the dead. By the time the Black Templars and the battered Steel Legion survivors reached the outer lines of Cindergate, the approaches were choking. Refugees clogged every road in screaming files of carts, ox haulers, limping labor gangs, tracked utility wagons, and barefooted hab dwellers dragging what remnants of life they could carry. Munitions trains screamed along one rail artery, only to halt hard at the next signal lock, because the line ahead was already packed with flat cars bearing macro shells beneath prayer tarps. Gun servitor convoys shambled in chained files under the direction of red-robed engine seers, each mind-locked weapons platform trundling on caterpillar treads, rotary cannons, or heavy stubber arrays whining as they were turned toward the outer districts. Steel Legion armor columns forced a path where they could, track guards throwing refugees aside, their commanders already knowing there was no room left on Armageddon for mercy of motion. The whole corridor had become a throat too full to swallow. Marshal Ramiel Voss stood atop a bastion command gantry overlooking the converging lines and watched the congestion with a warrior's cold instinct for weakness. To his eye, every stalled train was a future fire. Every knot of refugees was cover for infiltrators. Every immobilized convoy was a target marker hanging in the air for greenskin artillery. If the corridor remained clogged, it would be strangled. Colonel Stefan Dreil came up the gantry steps with ash on his greatcoat, and fresh blood dried along one cheek beneath the rebreather line. He had not slept. No one had. The difference was that the mortals still showed it. "We are backing the reserve armor to the inner sidings," Dreil said. "The outer transit lines are too exposed. I want fallback points established at the second and third embankments. We cede ground in stages if the first ring buckles. We preserve the munitions flow and prevent encirclement." Voss did not look at him. His gaze remained on the choked expanse below, where cranes swung shell loads above rivers of desperate human bodies. "No," Dreil's jaw tightened. "No, my Lord Marshal, is not a plan. It is when the suggestion is weakness." Dreil stepped beside him and lowered his voice. "This is not a dueling ground. It is a supply artery. If the line ruptures, the whole corridor collapses by panic before the Xenos even reaches the inner tracks. We need reserves. We need space to yield. We need disciplined retreat protocols." Voss turned at last, and the red lenses of his helm regarded the colonel without any warmth that could be mistaken for fellowship. "What you need," he said, "is to kill the idea of retreat before it enters the blood of your men. The orc feels fear the way a hound feels blood on the wind. Show him yielding ground, and he becomes certain of victory. Show him an open jaw every time he lunges, and he begins to doubt. Doubt is the nearest thing his breed has to discipline." Dreil's gloved hands curled behind his back. "My men are not Astartes. They cannot hold by fury alone. Then let them hold by terror, mine, if not the enemy's." That was the truth of it, and both men knew it. Dreil wanted depth, reserves, staggered withdrawals, lines that bent but did not break. Voss wanted hard edges and constant punishment, countercharges launched before breaches could become habits, visible aggression to keep the green tide off balance. One thought like a commander of men, the other like a weapon sharpened to a single cruel purpose. Below them, the Black Templars were already remaking the corridor in the image of that purpose. Transit bastions became chapels of murder. Bolter teams occupied firing slits above the rail cuts, their arcs crossing so precisely that any approach through the smoke would be met by converging detonations. Mine servitors waddled along the embankments planting blessed charges beneath drifts of ash and scrap. Heavy flamers were positioned behind false barricades of wreckage so that kill lanes could be flooded in fire the instant a mob committed its weight. Sword brethren and initiates vanished into maintenance culverts, switch towers, signal houses and shattered habstacks overlooking the approaches, forming blade ambush cells that would let the enemy believe he had reached the wall before being cut open from within it. Gun servitors were chained into bunker mouths beside shrine altars, their minds dim and perfect, their barrels elevated toward the outer dead ground, while incense smoke drifted across target augers. Brusque Galan moved through that ordered frenzy, with Dathan Krael at his side, and began, in spite of exhaustion and sickness and all the lessons he had not wanted, to feel the shape of Black Templar war settling into his bones. Prayer, impact, slaughter, advance. Not one, then the next, but all together. The prayer as rounds were chambered, the ivy impact before the prayer had faded from the vox, the slaughter sanctified by oath, the advance demanded before the killing was finished. No pause, no room inside it for reflection. If reflection came, it came later, in the brief dead moments before sleep, and was better strangled there. Dathan paced the wall line as serfs bolted extra ammunition lockers into firing recesses, and chapter thralls unrolled black banners from the parapets. "You breathe when told," he said to Brusque. "You fire when shown. You kill what reaches the stones. If the order comes to charge, you do not ask why. There is no why, only the command and the obedience." Brusque checked the seals on a crate of crack charges and set it where Dathan indicated. "And if the line breaks?" Dathan looked out over the ash smog where the enemy hid. "Then we fill the break with bodies until it ceases to exist." Brusque said nothing. A day ago, such a sentence would have landed like a blow. Now it only sounded like weather. The first great bombardment began before the sunless dusk could deepen. Crude rockets arced overhead, trailing black smoke. Artillery rounds shrieked in from beyond sight and burst along the outer wall ring with enough force to shake teeth in living skulls and dead ones alike. Whole sections of Hab ruin collapsed where they had stood leaning for decades. The bastions answered. Hydra batteries barked. Rail guns hammered. Basilisk fire from somewhere deep behind the line rolled overhead in long, punishing sequences, turning the wasteland beyond the smog into plumes of dirt, iron, and uprooted corpses. Malkor walked the battlements while the shells fell. He did not stoop. He did not seek cover beneath the merlons or duck when shrapnel screamed past his skull helm. He strode through sparks and dust and blood, with his crozius in one hand and the vox bead lit within his gorget grill, speaking blessings over the wounded and dying in a tone that made those blessings sound perilously close to sentencing. "To bleed for him is no tragedy," he said, over a guardsman whose lower body had ceased to exist below the ribs. "To flee him would have been." He pressed two armored fingers to the brow of an initiate, whose faceplate was split and whose breath bubbled pink through ruined teeth. "Your pain is acknowledged, your weakness is not." At another firing step, he paused beside a steel Legion gunner with both hands shot away at the wrist. The man was staring at the stumps as if unable to understand why they no longer obeyed him. Malkor leaned close. "Mourn your hands in the Emperor's presence, soldier, not before." Then he moved on, while Medicae orderlies dragged the screaming man toward the rear. Many among the mortals hated him in that hour. More feared him. All listened. The first assault probes came with the shelling. Orcs in scavenged armor and rebreather masks lurched through the smoke, using the bombardment as cover to close on the outer embankments. They died by scores on the mine belts. More died under interlocking bolter fire. Those who reached the wire found flame. Those few who reached the walls found waiting blades. Cademan Gault led the first wall-top sortie. Voss had judged the pressure too heavy on the northern parapets, where several mobs of nobs had taken shelter behind the shattered crown of an old transit watchtower and were using the rubble as a firing nest. To let them remain was to concede a purge from which the enemy could rake the line and mark weak points. To root them out with guns alone would cost time. So Cademan, Dathan, and two combat squads went over the parapets by grapnel and access ladder beneath the cover of heavy fire, crossed the blasted roofline of the outer wall in bounding rushes, and fell upon the greenskins with chain blades roaring. Brusque went with them because Dathan said he would. The wall tops were murder in miniature, stone crenellations shattered under shell bursts. Signal parchment burned in the wind and spiraled away like charred feathers. Knobs the size of furnace doors hammered forward with axes and iron mauls, their armor slabs stitched from looted tank plating and railway steel. Cademan met the first with sword and bolt pistol, 3 shots into its face, then a downward cut that opened its neck to the spine. Dathan fought lower and uglier, chopping at knees, groins, elbows, then ripping throats apart when the brutes bent in pain. A shell burst along the parapet to Brusque's right and bathed him in shards of stone, hot blood, and burning parchment from some sanctified wall scroll that had adorned the battlement only moments before. He barely felt the impacts. He fired into a nob's armpit gap, then drove his blade into the crack he had made and opened it wider with both hands. The rhythm took him. Prayer in the vox, impact in the shoulder, slaughter under the blade, advance before the corpse hit the stones. He heard himself shouting. Catechisms he did not remember beginning. Heard Dathan's harsh approval somewhere to the left. Heard Cademan call targets with calm precision, as if this storm of mauls and limbs and bursting shells were a drill field on some long-dead practice moon. The knob line broke. Those that survived tried to drop back behind the watchtower ruin. Cademan pursued and cut them down among snapped antennae and a rain of stone dust. Brusque reached the ruin's edge just in time to see a dying orc drag itself toward him with one arm and half a jaw hanging loose. He stamped on its skull until the metal decking rang and grey matter sprayed his greaves. He did not stop until Dathan pulled him away. The initiate's lenses glowed through soot and blood. Enough, save zeal for the living. They reclaimed the wall top and signaled clear. Below, the greater line still burned and thundered. Across the command net, Auspec's reports began to darken. At first, they were uncertain. Long-range returns beyond. The smog banks. Heat signatures of impossible size. Industrial movement on a scale too large for ordinary armor concentrations. Then came the clearer readings, patched through from airborne auger craft and the higher bastion arrays. In the wasteland beyond Cinder Gate, half hidden by smoke and distance, vast labor lines were at work. Mech yards, gargant assembly columns, Titan-sized war engines in pieces and becoming whole. Even through magnified feed distortion, the things looked obscene. Great legs of scrap and riveted plate hanging from crane rigs, heads shaped like snarling idols, arms mounting cannon barrels broader than hab tunnels, thousands upon thousands of grots, slaves, chained laborers and stomping orc crews swarming over them in ant-like tides, while furnaces belched greenish sparks into the haze. It was like watching monsters gestate in the open. Dryle saw the same feed in the Bastion Strategium and went pale beneath the grime on his face. If those reach the corridor. They will, Voss said, unless they are broken before they march. A fresh transmission cut across the room then, this one encoded and stamped with higher authority from the Hive Defense Command. Voss listened in silence as the message played through his helm. When it ended, he keyed the acknowledgement and turned to those gathered. The rail artery is now designated primary strategic lifeline, he said. Shell, Promethium, and armor movement through Cindergate must not cease. The wider Hive defense depends on it. We preserve the artery at all costs. Dryle gave a humorless laugh that was almost a cough. At all costs. That is what every order says when those issuing it are not standing where the shells land. Voss stepped closer to the hololith. Then be grateful I am. It was during the middle watch, while the outer dead ground flickered with fires and the wounded screamed in every register known to men and beasts, that the lower gate question was forced upon them. The lower gate had once served as a maintenance ingress beneath the main transit bastions, a reinforced access arch opening into culverts and supply tunnels that ran under the embankments. During the chaos of evacuation, hundreds of workers and machine hands had been trapped on the far side when traffic collapse and shelling sealed the approach roads behind them. Now they pounded on the armored gate in waves, visible on grainy picked feeds from the inner side. Men, boys, robed forge acolytes, women not present. Weight user said no women unless law-related, must avoid. Let's fix mentally. Men, boys, robed forge acolytes, old labor overseers, bleeding and ash-caked, hammering and pleading, while shapes moved in the smoke behind them. Dryle wanted the gate opened long enough to clear them through in controlled batches. Voss refused the instant the proposal was voiced. Thermal returns behind the crowd, he said. Too many to isolate. The orcs are driving into them. We can cover the mouth with heavy stubbers and flamers, Dryle insisted. We clear the civilians, then seal it again. Malcor's skull helm turned toward the monitor image, where dozens of hands beat the gate in frantic rhythm. And if even one beast gains the threshold, we kill it. We kill everything, Malcor answered. That is not the issue. The issue is time, confusion, and the weakness of men who hesitate while their own blood screams in front of them. From the monitor came faintly audible pounding, then clearer, then a voice, raw and ragged, even through the distortion. "In the throne's name, open." Brusque stood at the rear of the chamber and felt the words like a blade pressed against memory. He had come from such corridors. Such men had filled the world before it was narrowed down to armor, oath, and kill orders. Drael looked to Voss one last time. "My Lord Marshal." Voss gave the order. The lower gate was collapsed. Demolition teams wired the support piers from the safe side, while the pounding continued and the picked feed showed faces crush against the inset view slit, mouths open in pleas no one any longer listened to. Then the charges blew. The screen became white static. A moment later, the deep Auspex line showed the archway buried beneath its own stone and ferrocrete. The sound of the pounding replaced by the settling groan of tons of fallen architecture. Brusque did not realize he had clenched his fists until the joints in his gauntlets popped. Dathan saw. Dathan always saw. "You still think a gate is a gate," the initiate murmured beside him. "It is not. It is a choice. The wall is built from choices such as that." Brusque looked at the dust cloud on the dead monitor feed and said nothing. Toward the end of the watch, the shelling changed. It grew heavier first, then stranger, less random, more probing. Barrages walked in disciplined brackets across the outer bastions, feeling for seams. Auspex returns became corrupted by static blooms from some heavy greenskin emitter beyond the smog. Vox channels filled with overlapping warnings as spotters called impacts descending on the northern arc. Sirens began to scream. Not the slow cathedral toll of mustering, not the clipped klaxons of transit alert. These were breach sirens, their rising and falling wail designed to reach men even through bombardment and panic and faith. All along the walls, defenders ran to stations. Gun servitors whined as they traversed. Ammunition lines lurched into motion. Malcor lifted his Crozius and began to roar the litany of unwavering wrath over every available speaker. Voss strode onto the command balcony above the outer line, his cloak snapping in the furnace wind. Brusque reached the parapet with Dathan and looked out across the dead ground in time to see the thing that had triggered the alarm. A shell, unlike the others, came shrieking through the smoke, a red comet. Wrapped in dirty fire, so vast that for an instant he mistook it for a falling section of ship wreckage. It crossed the outer dark and struck Bastion Halbrecht on the northernmost line. The bastion did not crack. It vanished. A boiling red blast swallowed stone, gun decks, banners, men, guns, and chapel towers in one impossible convulsion of fire and pulverized masonry. The shockwave slapped the breath from Bruce's lungs even at that distance. Ferrocrete blocks the size of tanks cartwheeled into the air. A plume of burning dust and atomized flesh rose where the bastion had stood, lit from within by secondary detonations, as ammunition stocks cooked off in murderous chains. For a heartbeat, there was simply absence in the line. Then the smoke began to pour through it, and from somewhere beyond that rising red wound came the roar of the enemy, vast and eager, as though Armageddon itself had opened a mouth and begun to laugh. The wound in the wall did not remain a wound for long. It became a mouth. Where Bastion Halbrecht had stood there was now only a red inferno vomiting dust, broken stone, sheared iron braces, and the scattered ruin of men. The shock of its destruction rolled along the battlements like a physical thing, punching ash from the parapets and dropping shell casings through the blood that had already slicked the firing steps. For a few heartbeats, the defenders could see nothing inside that roaring breach, but a boiling wall of smoke lit from beneath by secondary detonations. Then shapes came through it. They did not emerge in ordered ranks. They burst out in packs and knots and roaring masses, climbing over the still falling rubble, shoving each other through gaps no wider than culvert mouths, firing on the move, stumbling, rising, bellowing. Orcs in slab armor blackened by soot, burner carriers with their tanks clattering against broken masonry, knobs with iron jaws and chain-hook trophies, Gretchen in swarms, mad things half blind from dust and fury. Behind them came the deeper thunder of engines and heavy boots, and that sound alone told every man on the wall that the first wave was only the leading froth of something far larger. "Breach! Breach! Northern Arc breach!" screamed the corridor vox, as if any soul still living there required the warning. Marshal Ramiel Voss did not bellow for composure. He did not waste his breath on exhortations to stand firm. His command came sharp and iron hard across every linked helm and command bead. "Countercharge! Choke the wound before it learns our name." Black Templars moved at once. The nearest sword brethren vaulted the shattered parapets and plunged down interior stairs toward the ruined bastion galleries. Initiates followed. Neophytes were dragged with them by tabards, chains, and orders. Steel Legion reserves broke from their fallback pits and ran toward positions any sane doctrine would have abandoned. Heavy bolter teams slewed toward the gap and opened fire until the barrels glowed, their streams of shells punching lines of exploding ruin through the first mobs to enter. Yet there were too many. The dead piled and became ramps for those behind. The breach swallowed explosives, fire, bodies, and prayer with equal appetite. Brusque Gallan descended into the lower passages at Dathan Krael's shoulder and found the war narrowing into iron, smoke, and screams. The galleries beneath the outer bastion had once been maintenance levels and transit defense corridors. Now their walls were cracked and bleeding cables. Emergency lumens stuttered overhead, casting everything in fitful red. Dust was so thick in the air it became mud on the tongue, even through the filters. The first orc that came around the corner was close enough that Brusque saw the cracks in its tusks before Dathan shot it through the left eye. The round burst out the back of its skull and painted the wall with green matter and yellowed teeth. Then more came, filling the corridor, and all. Battle ceased to resemble distance. Bolters were fired one-handed because there was no room to shoulder them cleanly. Chainswords were dragged in chopping arcs against flesh so near that blood ran down vambraces in hot sheets. Men died pressed against each other, unable to fall. Orcs kept coming, even with their guts hanging or their jaws missing, trampling the dead under iron-shod boots. Grenades burst in enclosed spaces and turned the dark into pressure and wet fragments. Gunfire deafened, impacts hammered the walls. Somewhere to the right, a fuel conduit caught, and blue-white flame went racing through a cracked pipe seam with a scream like some machine spirit shrieking in pain. Dathan hit the green flood first and hardest. His chainsword took an orc in the throat, bit through the spine, and kept going into the shoulder of another. He ripped the blade free, shot a third in the belly at contact range, then drove forward with the implacable violence of a breaching ram. Brusque tried to keep beside him, and was forced instead into the lesser truth of battle, which was survival. He stabbed under tusks and into armpit seams. He fired blind through smoke at shapes that were too close for fear to matter. A knob slammed its iron-plated forearm into his helm and sent him crashing against the wall hard enough to spiderweb a service display. He killed it with 3 point-blank shots beneath the chin and came away blinded for a moment by brains and splintered bone across his optics. Ahead, Cademan Gault carved a path through the narrow way with the brutal grace Brusque had already begun to recognize as something almost holy in its economy. The sword brother did not waste a stroke. He did not howl. He killed because the target stood before him, and there was no other honest answer to that fact. His blade sheared fingers, wrists, forearms, necks. His bolt pistol burst whatever his sword had not yet touched. Behind him, Reclusiarch Odran Malcor advanced with Crozius rising, and, falling in measured blows that crushed skulls and caved breastplates in showers of blood and broken teeth, while his vox-amplified voice chanted over the carnage. "Hold and be judged worthy. Fall and be judged finished." The orcs broke through a side maintenance hatch, then another. The defense collapsed from wall fighting into tunnel slaughter. There were no lines, only knots of warriors cutting and firing in narrow spaces, while more enemy bodies forced themselves into every opening. Chain blades jammed on bone, bolter magazines ran dry and were ripped free by reflex, slammed home again with gauntleted fury. The dead carpeted the deck to ankle height, then shin height, and footing vanished into a treacherous paste of blood, oil, stripped insulation, and detached organs. Dathan's chainsword finally clogged. The teeth snarled, spat a ribbon of tendon and cabling, then seized hard in the chest cavity of a massive brute with a welded jaw plate. He tore at the trigger. Nothing. Another orc came at him swinging a wrench haft wrapped in wire and teeth. Dathan wrenched the dead chainsword free anyway and brought it across in a two-handed arc like a mace. The inert weapon hit the orc's face with enough force to stove half its head inward. Bone burst through skin. The thing fell twitching. Dathan struck again and again, pulping skulls, breaking tusks, crushing throats with a dead weapon wielded as though fury alone had restored its purpose. In the choking dark of a service junction, Brusk saw a collapse open to the left. A roof section had come down across an auxiliary passage, pinning a handful of Steel Legion troopers and several refinery workers beneath torn beams and slabs of ferrocrete. One guardsman still had his lasgun and was firing from under a beam that pinned him from the waist down. Another was screaming for help while blood pumped from the stump where his hand had been. The workers clawed uselessly at rubble as dust and sparks fell over them. Then greenskins came over the broken stones toward them. Brusk turned. He did not think. He went toward the trapped men, firing as he ran. One orc spun backward, chest opened. Another took a blade under the jaw from his combat knife as he crashed into it. Brusk planted himself in the mouth of the collapse and shot until the bolt lock clicked empty, then drew steel. "Hold!" he voxed to the pinned guardsman. "By the throne! Hold!" He was reaching for the beam, crushing the closest laborer, when Dathan hit him from the side hard enough to send them both reeling. The initiate slammed Brusk into the wall and drove a forearm across his gorget. "Fool," Dathan snarled. "You do not rescue under breach pressure, you kill. There are men alive here. There are always men alive." Dathan seized Brusk by the breastplate and shook him. "And all of them die if the breach widens. Obey the war, not your weakness." An orc lunged over the rubble behind them, and Dathan shot it point blank without looking, the bolt bursting through its face in a red-green bloom that painted the trapped survivors beneath it. Then he shoved Brusk back into the corridor. "Move." Brusk obeyed because disobedience at that moment would have been death, perhaps his, perhaps others, and because beneath the rage rising in him, there was the cold knowledge that Dathan was not wrong. The knowledge made obedience feel filthier. The pressure worsened. Word spread through the command vox that the breach galleries were no longer defensible in discrete compartments. The enemy had tunneled through maintenance channels, ventilation shafts, munitorum crawls. The northern sector was becoming porous. Every sealed door now risked becoming a trap. Every pocket of defenders risked being isolated and devoured in dark places too narrow for armor support. Colonel Stefan Dreil reached the sector command crypt amid shell dust and wounded men and found Voss studying a tactical projection that had degenerated into red overlaps and failing icons. "The breach galleries are full of our own," Dreil said, voice raw through his rebreather grill. "Steel Legion, munitions crews, wall servitors, your initiates, my wounded from Halbrecht. We still have men fighting in there." Voss did not lift his eyes from the tactical map. "For this reason I am ending the sector." Dreil stared at him. "Ending Promethean purge, melter collapse, seal every tunnel mouth and bring the galleries down." For one heartbeat, even the command crypt seemed to still. Dreil stepped forward. "That is murder." That drew Voss's gaze at last. The red helm lenses settled on the colonel like gun sights. "No," the marshal said. "It is selection. The line matters more than the men filling it. Dryl's voice sharpened into something perilously close to a shout. Those men bought you time with their blood, and they may buy more with their deaths. Malcor entered through the hanging smoke with blood dark to the elbows, and his crozius dripping matters better left unnamed. He listened to the order once, then inclined his skull helm as though hearing a liturgical truth rather than a tactical sentence. So offered, the Reclusiarch intoned, so accepted. Let the Emperor take what war has spent. Dryl rounded on him. You bless this. Malcor's reply was a flat iron certainty. I bless obedience. The fire will do the rest. The order went out. Through the galleries, Wallvox speakers crackled with evacuation commands for any who still possessed the fortune to hear them and the strength to obey. Then came the counterman to all demolition teams and flamer units. Prometheum lines were to be ruptured inward. Melter teams were to bring down marked support columns. Remaining defenders were to fall back if able. If unable, they were to die in place and consider it sufficient. Among the surviving guardsmen, the whispers began at once. Not loud, not foolishly, but Brusque heard them between the detonations and screams as the northern galleries convulsed with running fire. They are almost as bad as the beasts. Saints preserve us from our saviors. Throne curse me. I fear the black-armored ones more than the greenskins. They still obeyed, because what choice remained? Yet the whispers spread like cold under skin. Before the burn line could close, Mogrok's Skullcrusher came to test it. Brusque saw him first as a shape in smoke where a bunker mouth had ceased transmitting. The bunker itself burst outward a heartbeat later, its armored shutter hurled into the corridor by a force so violent that it pulped the two soldiers behind it against the far wall. Through the wreckage strode a monster broader than any Nob Brusque had yet seen, his armor built from riveted plates thick as blast doors, his tusks capped in iron, one shoulder bearing a rack of trophies that clacked as he moved. There, unmistakable even through blood and soot, hung the ruined black cross tabards and severed arms of fallen Astartes. Mogrok had not sent lesser beasts forward while he remained safe behind. He came with them. He had ripped open a bunker with his own hands, or near enough to make the distinction irrelevant. He roared something in his vile tongue and swung a hammer-headed weapon that crackled with stolen power. The blow took a sword brother in the chest and broke him from breastplate to spine, hurling the corpse spinning across the corridor in an explosion of blood and shattered ceramite. Cademan saw. The sword brother did not hesitate. He cut his way toward the war boss through the smoke, killing as he moved, each stroke of his blade an answer to the obscenity ahead. Brusque followed without meaning to, dragged by momentum, by oath, by the sudden certainty that something grave had just entered the war. Dathan cursed and came with him, crushing a greenskin face with the dead weight of his jammed chainsword before drawing his combat blade in the same motion. Cademan reached the last 10 paces. Mogrok turned, trophy rack clattering, and laughed through tusks red with human blood. Their eyes met through smoke and battle glare. It might have become a duel then, some shard of fate recognized in mutual hatred. Instead, the ceiling came down. The purge charges had begun to take hold deeper in the sector. Melterboard columns failed one after another. Ferrocrete cracked overhead with a sound like worlds splitting. Cademan lunged forward as the roof of the gallery buckled. Mogrok vanished backward into smoke and dust. A slab the size of an armored carrier came crashing down between them. Another struck Cademan side on and buried him beneath rubble, cables, masonry, and the shredded corpse of some long-dead wall servitor tossed from its mount. "Cademan!" Brusque did not know he had shouted until he heard his own voice. Dathan was already moving. Together, they threw themselves at the rubble pile while the corridor around them dissolved into dust and new screams. Brusque seized broken ferrocrete and heaved. Dathan used his dead chainsword as a lever bar, jamming it beneath a slab and tearing upward with a growl like an engine under strain. A third shove, and a gauntleted hand appeared beneath the debris. They hauled Cademan free by brute force alone. The sword brother came up choking dust, one side of his helm shattered, blood black across his gorget. Yet his grip was still locked around his blade. His first words were not thanks. "Where is he?" "Gone into the smoke," Dathan said. For a heartbeat, Cademan looked ready to dive back into the falling ruin after the war boss. Then another detonation rolled through the galleries and forced choice upon all of them. Dathan turned to Brusque. There was no praise, no wasted approval. But the initiate held his gaze for one hard second and inclined his head once. It was the first wordless sign Brusque had received from him that did not carry contempt. Then they were falling back through hell. Promethium surged through ruptured pipes and ran down the broken corridors in rivers of liquid fire. Melter charges bit the support bones of the breach sector, reducing wall joints and load pillars to glowing slurry before entire chambers folded inward with the dead and dying still inside them. Orcs burned roaring, men burned screaming, some voices turned to prayers, others to animal sounds. The flame ate both alike. Malcor stood at the inner threshold, Crozius raised, reciting the litany of sacrifice, while demolitions roared behind him, and the heat of the purge made the air itself feel flensed. Voss watched the sector die without lowering his helm. Dryle stood beside him, fists rigid at his sides, ash and grief caked into every line of his stance. If hatred lived in him then, it lived with obedience, and that was the true cruelty of Armageddon. At last the galleries collapsed, fully. Fire jetted from vents and shell cracks. A final chain of detonations ripped through the northern wound. The breach shrank under its own ruin, then vanished behind a wall of collapsing masonry, molten supports, and promethium-fed flame. The line had not been restored. It had been cauterized. Silence did not follow. Armageddon was too diseased a world for silence, but the screaming changed timbre. The living no longer cried from within the sector. Only the fire spoke now, and the groan of settling stone. Brusque stood with his helm mag-locked at his belt, smoke burning his eyes, and breathed air thick with the stench of burnt flesh, sacred oils, ruptured fuel lines, scorched insulation, and the greasy aftermath of opened bodies cooked where they lay. The smell clung to the tongue. It felt as though it would remain there forever. Before them, the sealed breach burned like a furnace mouth bricked up in haste. Behind them, the surviving line reformed in ash and prayer, and, somewhere beyond the smoke, Warboss Mogrok Skullcrusher still lived. The order came while the fires in the northern breach were still settling into blackened ruin. No respite followed the sealing of that wound. No clean pause was granted in which the living might count the dead, scrape the blood from their armor, or convince themselves that survival had the shape of victory. Armageddon did not permit such luxuries. It only shifted the angle of the blade. Marshal Ramiel Voss stood within the command vault beneath Cindergate, while tactical hololiths guttered with failing runes and shifting target feeds. Ash still drifted from the folds of his tabard. Soot striped the white cross upon his breast. Around him, corridor officers, fleet adepts, Steel Legion signalmen, and hard-faced servitors passed data slates and loss tallies through air stinking of incense, machine oil, and burned flesh tracked in from the battlements. Colonel Stefan Dryle had removed his gloves. His hands were black with grime and blood worked into the creases, as if the campaign had begun to stain him from the skin inward. A fresh descent pattern is forming above the lower docks, one fleet adept said, voice trembling with the effort of staying precise. Auger tracks confirm repeated heavy cargo drops, armor signatures, bulk landers, assault hulks. The hololith changed. A section of low orbit flared into being above the refinery belts and dock sectors below Cindergate. There, amidst the swarm of wreckage and the carcasses of Imperial shipping, hung a vast kill cruiser. It was a brutish thing, all iron slabs, jutting gun decks, patched void shields and fang-moored prows welded from plundered ship parts. It drifted like a diseased moon above the lower docks, vomiting landers and heavy descent shells toward Armageddon's surface in steady waves. "Source vessel identified," said the Adept. "Greenskin Capital Raider class. It is feeding the next assault. Armor, shock. Troops, munitions. If this rate continues, the dock sectors will drown in incoming metal before the next watch." Dryle stared at the hololith. "Can the fleet break it?" The Adept hesitated. Voss answered instead. "If the fleet could have broken it, it would already be falling." That was truth, hard enough to taste. Orbit above Armageddon had become its own grave war, with Imperial hulls dying by increments and Orc vessels enduring through sheer mass, crude repair, and the hated resilience of filth that refused to rot when it should. The kill cruiser had anchored itself behind layers of debris and escort swarms. To wait for its destruction was to wait for the next hammer blow to land. Dryle looked from the projection to the Marshal. "You are not considering this. I am. You cannot spare the warriors. I cannot spare the docks." Dryle exhaled once through his teeth. "Then send torpedoes, send lances, send demolition craft." Voss turned his helm toward the orbiting hulk. "A crusade is not a prayer whispered from afar." Malcor stood in the edge shadow of the vault, Crozius resting against one shoulder, his skull helm tilted toward the projection, as though listening to the ship's death before it had been pronounced. "The Iron Beast feeds the ground war," the Reclusiarch said, "then let its throat be cut." The decision was made in that instant. There would be no waiting behind walls while fresh mobs descended from the heavens. No patient attrition while the enemy chose the hour and weight of the next blow. The Black Templars would go upward. They would launch from the fleet through torpedo tubes and hammer into the void black carcass with boarding craft and assault torpedoes. They would kill through its innards until it ceased to function, or they ceased to live. Bruce Gallen heard the order in the embarkation decks and felt the old dread stir again, colder than the fear of walls and trenches. Ground war at least had directions a man understood. Up, down, cover, open fire, charge. A ship in the void offered none of that mercy. There was only metal between breath and eternity. One failed seal, one compromised bulkhead, one pressure rupture, and a man became frozen carrion, tumbling into darkness. Dathan Krael read the thought in him before the neophyte spoke. "You fear the void," the initiate said, as servitors locked fresh magazines and breaching charges into the racks around them. Brusque sealed a clasp at his gorget and kept his voice flat. "I fear nothing that the Emperor does not place before me." Dathan snorted. "Then you fear the void, because he has placed it before you now." He took up his chainsword from the rearming altar. The weapon that had jammed in the breach had been torn apart, its teeth assemblies stripped, housing blessed, machine spirits scourged with oils and Binharic prayer. Fresh adamantium teeth now lined the blade. The saw purred with hungry precision. "In boarding war," Dathan said, "forget every foolish image mortals cherish of glory. No duels on open decks, no charges for spectacle, no roaring to hear your own courage. You move, you kill, you move again. No wasted motion, no heroics. No pause between kill and target acquisition. If you stop to admire your own handwork, the next beast takes your head." Brusque nodded. "Understood." "No," Dathan said. "You will understand when the first breach door opens." The boarding was launched from the fleet under cover of macro barrages and interceptors sent to claw gaps through the Orc screen. The strike force rode in assault torpedoes with black crosses, painted over armor already scarred by older wars. Voss himself led the attack. He would not send men into the belly of the thing while remaining clean within his own hull. That, too, was Black Templar truth. The Marshal stood where the risk was most absolute. Within the torpedo chamber, there was no room for conversation. Only the grind of clamps, the growl of engines, the whisper of sealed armor, and the faint, maddening hum of the void beyond the hull. Brusque stood mag-locked beside Dathan in the launch cradle, while Cademan Gault knelt ahead of them in prayer. Or perhaps not prayer. There was a stillness in him now that had become something more troubling than devotion. Since the collapse in the breach sector, he had seemed to listen inward, even while blood dried on his armor. Across from them, Malcor stood like a funerary idol, Crozius chained to one wrist, demolition seals hanging from the other, like execution warrants. The launch klaxon sounded. Impact came as a violence beyond impact, not one collision but a sequence of brutal truths. First acceleration crushed them back into mag restraints. Then the void was a storm of blind motion and machine shriek. Then came the shuddering strike as the torpedo bored into Orc hull plate amid a screaming wash of friction, cutting charges and spinning drills. Metal shrieked. The chamber lurched. A final explosive crack tore the forward seal apart. The breech door blew inward. Air rushed out. Loose debris, sparks, blood flecks from some previous wound all went shrieking into blackness until emergency seals around the torpedo tube's collar slammed shut and grav clamps engaged. Red warning runes flooded Brusque's helm display. Pressure breach, vacuum instability, structural compromise. It looked like a litany of death. Voss led them into it. The first corridor beyond the breach had no atmosphere left. It opened into void black ruin lit only by emergency glow strips and the stuttering flash of fires trapped behind sealed plating. A dozen Orc corpses spun slowly through the dark, where decompression had torn them from their feet and snapped their necks against the bulkheads. Their blood had frozen in black jeweled clouds on the metal. The Black Templars went mag-locked and advanced in perfect brutality, boots clamping, hard-to-deck plating, every movement economical, every bolter burst controlled. In vacuum there was no sound of battle, but what came through armor conduction and impact vibration. Brusque felt rather than heard his first shot as the bolter kicked into his gauntlets, and an Orc's chest erupted in a silent bloom of debris and frozen gore. The enemy still fired, crude slugs sparking from bulkheads, tracer flares winking without thunder in the airless gloom. It made the killing feel like some blasphemous dream, violence robbed of noise and therefore of mercy. They passed through decompressed corridors where bodies hung in tangles against grills and pipe clusters. They cut through slave holds where chained men in rag wraps and work harnesses stared through cracked lips and frostbitten eyes while dead overseers drifted above them. Some of the slaves were still shackled to fuel sledges, their backs bowed under burdens now weightless, their flesh striped with old lash marks and fresh burns. Others were harnessed in gangs around shell cradles meant for massive ordnance loads. The Orc ship was not merely a carrier of war, it was a moving abattoir that fed itself on the labor and flesh of the conquered. In one hold, the Black Templars found fungal vats fed by butchered human remains. Limbs floated amid greasy broth and fungal bloom. Rib cages had been split for marrow. Faces stared from half-dissolved slurries. Brusque looked once, and then no more. Dathan did not pause at all. "You see?" The initiate voxed as they moved. "This is why there is no wasted hatred. Hatred is assumed. Kill instead." They fought through a wrecked chapel deck next, some looted imperial shrine torn from another vessel, and welded into the Orc hulk as mockery or plunder, or both. Statues of saints had been decapitated and repainted with tusked faces. Aquili hung upside down. Prayer panels were covered in crude glyphs, written in oils and blood. Orcs had made a redoubt there, anchoring slab, shields between broken pews and firing lanes, set behind altars stolen from a proper place of worship. Cademan went into them like a judgment sharpened to human shape. A knob in mega armor stood at the far end of the chapel beneath a looted icon of the Emperor, stripped of its eyes. The brute was a walking fortress of riveted plate and hydraulic limbs, its claw snapping, its custom shooter spitting streams of heavy rounds that smashed chunks from columns and sent shards of carved saints tumbling through zero gravity. Cademan crossed the chapel under fire, leaping from pew frame to hanging candelabrum to broken pillar, as if every fragment of sacred wreckage were simply another stepping place on the path to murder. The mega-armored knob met him with its power claw. The first clash shattered what remained of the altar rail. The second tore a furrow through Cademan's side, where the claw bit ceramite and ripped through into the flesh beneath. Blood erupted from the wound and globed away into dark, floating jewels. Cademan did not retreat. He drove his blade through a joint seam under the brute's raised arm and soared downward into the torso while firing his pistol into its faceplate. The knob convulsed, its helm bursting open in a slurry of cooked meat, shattered tusks, and burning augmetics. It died trying to crush him in its fall. Cademan kicked free of the corpse and moved on, blood pumping from the savage rent in his armor. Brusque saw the wound and voxed, "Sword, brother, you are breached." Cademan's reply was colder than the void around them. "Then I shall cease being breached when this deck is ours." That was all. No complaint, no boast, only purpose. Deeper in the hulk, the fighting changed again. Here, atmosphere still clung in pockets. Flames lived. Sound returned as a blunt, murderous wall. Orc mechs had anticipated borders and remade whole compartments into furnace traps. Pressure doors slammed behind advancing squads. Ventilation feeds reversed. Fuel lines ruptured into sealed chambers, igniting men inside with nowhere to run. One squad on the rightward advance route was caught when a bulkhead turned white with heat and began to run molten before exploding inward in a gush of fire. Brusque saw a Black Templar stagger out through the blaze, armor burning, one hand fused to his own breastplate, before a secondary pressure burst, flung him into a shaft, where atmosphere tore him away into dark. Another passage ended in apparent dead metal, until a mech switch tripped somewhere behind the walls, and all atmosphere vented forward through hidden slits. Two mortal breacher serfs were ripped off their mag clamps, and went pinwheeling, screaming into a shredded maintenance cavity. Dathan anchored Brusque to a pipe lattice with one gauntlet, and fired his grapnel spike into the deck to hold them, while the gale tried to flint skin from bone through any weakness in the seals. "This," he voxed through the storm, "is boarding war. Not courage, not spectacle, angles, seals, pressure. Kill what the compartment allows, survive what it does not." When the venting ceased, they advanced over the torn bodies of the serfs and did not look back. At the heart of the kill, cruiser lay the engine gantries and reactor shrine, a cathedral of blasphemous iron built around power cores, looted from half a dozen different wrecks and lashed together by crude genius and theological obscenity. Walkways crisscrossed over glowing pits of reactor glare. Chains carried spare parts the size of hab blocks. Idol faces of grinning orc gods had been welded onto sacred machinery. Servant thralls and chained human fuel haulers staggered along narrow gantries beneath the lashes of grot overseers, carrying promethium canisters toward furnaces that fed the beast's engines. There Malcor chose the killing ground. "Hold them from me," he said. The words were simple. Their meaning was absolute. The Reclusiarch descended toward the reactor shrine with demolition charges mag-locked across his armor. Around him, sword brethren and initiates formed a shrinking ring of slaughter. Orcs came in waves along the gantries, some firing wildly, others trying to close for the joy of melee. Bodies fell from the heights into the glare beneath, burning as they vanished into the heart of the ship. Brusque fought on one catwalk so narrow he could not turn fully without clipping the rail. He shot the first orc that reached him, rammed the next with his shoulder, then let Dathan's chainsword take the creature's head off in a spray that drifted sideways in the half-failing grav. Malkor knelt before the reactor shrine and planted charge after charge into the seams where holy machine had been violated into savage function. As he worked, he spoke a prayer over the iron. It did not sound like a blessing. It sounded like judgment laid upon a condemned thing. By the throne's light denied to you, fail. By the hand of dawn set against you, crack. By every soul consumed within your belly, remember ruin. Let your heart split. Let your breath stop. Let your carcass fall burning from the Emperor's sky. The last seal locked into place with a final chime. Return routes were already failing. Counterfire from the Orc escorts and the ship's surviving guns had torn apart part of the extraction plan. One assault torpedo collar was gone entirely, reduced to open space and tumbling wreckage. Another was inaccessible behind molten bulkheads. Casualty tallies climbed, ammunition ran low. More enemy pressure bore down from upper decks as internal klaxons howled in 100 ugly tones. A fleet officer voxed from the extraction net, panic only half hidden beneath discipline. Lord Marshal, the hull is destabilizing. We must withdraw now or lose the window. Voss stood on a gantry intersection with his sword in one hand and bolter in the other, black armor haloed by reactor light and drifting smoke. Around him the kill cruiser shook with internal trauma and distant macro impacts. Negative, he said. My lord, the vessel may yet remain spaceworthy if we disengage and... Voss cut the voice off. I did not come here to inconvenience it. I came to cripple it beyond salvage. That was the measure of him. Not enough that the ship be hurt. Not enough that it limp away. It had to die so thoroughly that no mech, no salvage gang, no swarm of grots could ever stitch it back into usefulness. Anything less would only postpone the next slaughter. So they stayed and killed longer. Brusque lost sense of duration. Boarding war devoured time like everything else. There were only compartments, angles, targets, fresh magazines, blood warnings, movement. He followed Dathan through a shell-loading deck, where human slaves were worked in chained teams around ammunition elevators, their hands swollen and split from labor, their eyes vacant with old pain. When the Orc overseers died and the Black Templars cut the labor gangs free, many of the men simply slumped where they stood, too ruined to understand deliverance. One reached weakly for Dathan's greave as the initiate passed. Please, the man whispered through cracked lips, do not leave us. Dathan looked down only once. There was no softness in the glance. Then move toward the light if you can, he said. If you cannot, pray well. The slave began to weep. Brusque almost stopped. Dathan did not let him. At last, the charges began to speak. The reactor shrine convulsed under the first internal detonation. Gantries buckled. Light turned white, then sickly green, then blood red. A second blast tore upward through a vent stack and ripped open 3 decks in a fountain of flame and metal. Warning runes became unreadable under failure cascades. Atmosphere vented. Grav plates misfired. Whole corridors rolled sideways as the kill cruiser listed in orbit like a mortally wounded beast trying to stand. Withdraw, Voss ordered at last. The word came not as relief, but as one final labor to be completed, under punishment. They fought their way back through a ship already dying. Fires ran in sheets along the ceilings. Bulkheads blew outward into vacuum, taking orcs and men alike in screaming silence. One return corridor was gone, replaced by a ragged wound opening onto Armageddon below. Through it, Brusque saw the world burning in terrible majesty, its cloud tops lit by war, its cities like coals under ash. Then Dathan hauled him onward before awe could become death. They reached the surviving extraction collar beneath a storm of counterfire and collapsing iron. Cademan came limping with blood sealing black across his side and an orc axe head still lodged in one pauldron. Malkor was the last through among the core demolition teams, his croziers cracked, one parchment bundle on his armor burning to ash, even as he boarded. Voss entered after all others, as was his right and his burden. The assault torpedo kicked free. Behind it, the kill cruiser began to come apart. First, one flank split open around the reactor line, fire jetting into vacuum in spears bright enough to scar the eye. Then a gun deck tore away and spun end over end into the wreckage field. Secondary magazines began to detonate in rolling chains. The whole vast carcass buckled, broke, and blossomed across low orbit in a furnace flare so immense that even Armageddon's wounded skies seemed to answer it. From the descending torpedo's vision slit, Brusque watched the hulk die over the world they had come to save, and thought it looked like a second dawn bursting in the heavens. Burning wreckage rained toward the lower docks in long, incandescent trails. Fragments of iron cathedral, slave pens, gun decks, and orc flesh all fell together toward the atmosphere. No one in the torpedo bay spoke. The Black Templars stood among their dead and wounded in the red emergency light, silent as execution. Statues, while the fire of the ruined ship washed over their armor. Above Armageddon, the beast broke apart and burned. Below, the war waited without gratitude. The death of the kill cruiser bought them less than a day. Its burning carcass had rained across the lower docks in a shower of iron and flaming corpses, crushing descent platforms, igniting stockpiles, and gutting the next greenskin surge before it could fully make planetfall. Yet Armageddon did not reward victory with relief. It only changed where the knives were needed. Before the ash from the falling wreck had finished settling into the wounds of Cindergate, fresh orders came down from the wider Hive Command. The inland gun line at Gethsemane was under mounting pressure. If it failed, the shelling arteries feeding half the western defense arc would begin to die in sequence. The crusade was to redeploy at once, so they turned from one killing ground to another. The road inland was not a road in any honest sense. It was a moving scar, a war corridor hacked through ash wastes, broken rail cuts, crater belts, and industrial plains, half swallowed by old bombardments. Steel Legion columns rolled along it in disciplined iron files, Chimera carriers, and Lehman rust tanks grinding over ground blackened by soot and old blood. Black Templar armor moved among them in snarling contrast. Land Raiders and Rhino hulls marked by battle scripture and fresh impact scars, their engines sounding less like machines than caged things held barely within obedience. Between them trundled munitions crawlers, fuel tankers, medici haulers, corpse wagons, gun servitor drays, and the endless clutter of a war large enough to choke a world. Brusque Gallen rode the upper hull of a Rhino beside Dathan Krail, one gauntleted hand fixed to the grip rail as furnace wind and ash scourged his armor. The horizon seemed endless, and everywhere it was dying. Only beyond the walls did Armageddon reveal its true scale. Titan footprints had been stamped into the wasteland so deeply that they had become lakes of blood, coolant, and corpses. Some were filled with guardsmen and greenskins alike, drowned together in muddy red where the tread of a god machine had pressed them down into the ground. Others held only wreckage and torn limbs, the dead reduced to things without names. There were tank graveyards stretching so far across the flats that Bruce could not see their end through the haze, whole regiments of burnt-out armor lying nose to tail, as though death had preserved the shape of their advance. Turrets sat blown open like cracked skulls. Tracks were tangled in drifts of spent shell cases and rib bones. Carrion smoke drifted from engine decks that had not yet finished cooling. Further off still, like mountains given engines, god machines walked. Imperial titans moved across the horizon with a slowness so immense it mocked the concept of haste. Their steps sent dust plumes climbing behind them in continent-colored sheets. Around their feet, whole regiments shifted like grit, infantry swarms and support armor reordering themselves to avoid the path of holiness incarnate. Brusque saw a warlord silhouette once through the haze, vast shoulders bearing banners scorched black at the edges, volcano cannon raised towards some distant enemy unseen in the smoke. It walked as if the world existed only to endure its passage. "Do not gape," Dathan said beside him. Brusque tore his gaze away from the Titan. "I was judging ground. You were staring like a pilgrim." The initiate rested his dead calm upon the horizon. There is no profit in awe. Even god machines burn. Steel Legion vehicles kept their intervals with grim method, precise and joyless, every spacing chosen to preserve fields of movement, to limit losses to artillery, to ensure damaged carriers could be bypassed without halting the line. Black Templars respected the intervals only when they happened to align with wrath. Their armor wanted speed, pressure, the shortest route from present position to enemy throat. The difference between the two forces lived in every turn of the track and every barked order across the Vox. The Steel Legion thought in endurance, attrition, volume of fire, lines layered one behind the next. The Black Templars thought in pressure, shock, vow, and visible dominance. The cultures rode the same road and distrusted each other at every mile. Colonel Stefan Dreil commanded from the cupola of his lead command tank, greatcoat cinched tight against the ash, one hand always on the Vox bead, wired into the side of his rebreather. He rode among his men. That alone had begun to buy him a measure of respect from warriors who rarely wasted it on unaugmented flesh. His voice moved up and down the column with clipped exactitude. Second armored file hold spacing, munitions crawler 7 pull left of the crater seam. Recovery teams mark that rus for salvage and move. No one stops for individual dead. We clear them on return or not at all. Behind the moving column came the peelers of war. Brusque had not seen such labor before. Battlefield stripping crews moved among the corpses and wrecks less than an hour after battle had passed over them, cutting weapons from stiffening hands, dragging shell casings into bins, stripping rations, flak plates, boots, belts, vox beads, track links, hoses, anything that could be returned to use before fire or rot claimed it. Gene seed servitors trundled beside the march under the guard of apothecaries, their mechadendrites slick with blood as they harvested the sacred legacy from fallen Astartes who had died too far from proper tending. Corpse haulers dragged chains behind armored tractors and gathered the dead in windrows by hook and winch, separating human from greenskin only when time permitted. Scavenger gangs in rag masks and stolen work harnesses scuttled at the edges of the column under threat of execution, prying copper and brass from still warm machinery, sawing purity seals from armor, stripping the battlefield before memory had even left the dead. Brusque watched one scavenger cut fingers from a corpse because rings would not come free through swelling. A Steel Legion trooper saw the same thing and shot the man in the spine without slowing his march. Another scavenger took the rings from the dead thief's hand before the body finished twitching. "This world consumes itself efficiently," Brusque said. Dathan did not glance toward the corpse crews. "That is why it still fights." Ahead of the column, smoke rose in black pillars from the direction of the Gargant yards. Every time the convoy caught sight of them through a break in the ash storms, Cademan Galt seemed to tighten inward. He rode atop a Land Raider near the center of the crusade armor, one hand resting on the scarred hilt at his side, his face pale beneath soot and old blood. The wound torn into him aboard the Orc ship had been sealed, plated, and blessed, yet it had not softened his expression. If anything, it had sharpened it into something more severe than pain. At one halt, Brusque saw Cademan flinch as the smoke columns appeared again, dark and upright on the horizon, like fingers raised in accusation. The sword brother turned his head sharply, as though hearing a name whispered from miles away. His gauntlet tightened on the hilt until the knuckles locked white beneath the armor seals. Dathan noticed and said nothing. Malkor noticed and remembered. The convoy pushed on. Toward mid-watch, the ash storm found them. It came over the flats in a rolling wall of brown-black filth, carrying grit, cinders, metal slivers, and old battlefield dust made from powdered stone and powdered men alike. Visibility collapsed from long miles to a few dozen paces. Engines became shapes within the murk, then outlines, then only the glow of targeting runes and the red slashes of rear markers. Orders moved over the Vox. Columns tightened, gunners locked to close pattern, infantry clamped down and lowered profile. Then the storm began to scream, not wind alone, engines. Speed freaks burst from the ash like lunatics hurled from a nightmare. Bikes came first, leaping crater lips and wreck mounds with riders howling behind jagged masks, their exhausts vomiting blue flame. Then trucks and buggies followed, armored in scrap and trophies, wheels chewing over bone drifts, big shooters and rocket tubes blazing blind through the haze. They had used the storm as a cloak and a blade. They hit the moving column at full speed, not seeking a line to break so much as a massacre to inhabit. The first bike smashed into a Steel Legion fuel hauler and drove a spear of promethium fire through its side. The blast rolled across two adjacent transports and turned men in greatcoats into running torches before they could unbuckle. A second wave of bikers slashed along the convoy flank, firing downward into open hatches and vision slits, their rounds chewing through exposed crewmen in sprays of blood and torn cloth. Trucks fishtailed through the murk, discharging boarding mobs straight onto moving tanks. "Contact all bearings," Dryle barked across the net. "Hold speed. Do not bunch. Gunners fire by rune, not by sight." The road ceased to be road and became a running slaughter. Dathan hauled Brusk to his feet atop the Rhino as bikers howled past, close enough to smell. "Now you learn the worth of balance." The first orc came level with them, standing upright on the back of a bike, whose front wheel bounced over shell holes and corpses alike. It swung a chain with weighted hooks toward Bruske's head. Brusk ducked under it by instinct and fired downward. The bolter round took the rider in the sternum and burst him apart over his own machine. The bike slewed sideways, clipping the Rhino and showering both Astartes with fragments of engine casing and lungs. Another bike vaulted the wreck and landed half on the Rhino's side plating. Dathan stepped forward into the impact, seized the orc rider by the throat, and drove his chainsword through the creature's face. Teeth of adamantium chewed down through skull and spine, while both vehicles still moved at speed. The corpse tore loose in gobbets. Dathan kicked the bike away before it could jam the tracks. "All footing is temporary," he voxed to Brusk over the storm. "Trust your knees, not your eyes." Tracers sliced the ash in burning red lines. Visibility narrowed to muzzle flashes and engine flare. A truck loomed out of the murk to their right, piled with shrieking greenskins firing from the flatbed. Brusk saw it only when its ram plate was already level with the Rhino. He dropped, fired 3 times, and hit nothing. Then a Lehman Russ behind them rotated its battle cannon by instinctive crew drill and fired point blank through the storm. The shell struck the truck broadside and turned vehicle, riders, and half the ash between them into a storm of red-black debris. Drail's tank line held. Every tactically sane instinct on such ground would have favored dispersal, evasive breakouts, falling back to firmer visibility or defensible wreck belts. Drail did none of it. He kept the armor in line and let discipline murder panic. Tanks maintained interval by measured command alone, covering one another with overlapping arcs despite the blindness of the storm. Chimera crews fired from hatch and port with machine precision. Damaged vehicles were not abandoned until their guns physically ceased to answer. The Steel Legion held its shape, while the speed freaks tried to turn that shape into prey. Marshal Voss watched from the hatch of a Crusader-pattern Land Raider as Drail's line fought. He gave no praise over the Vox, but when the colonel refused twice to break for safer ground, even after a buggy swarm penetrated between his lead tanks, Voss's helm lingered on the mortal commander longer than before. Brusque saw Dryl's command tank wreathed in bikes at one point, half a dozen maniacs swarming its hull with axes and cutting torches, while a truck pounded alongside trying to board. Dryl did not pull away. He kept the tank steady, so the support Russ on his left could get a clean angle. The support gun fired through friend and foe so tightly that the backwash of the blast rolled over Dryl's own hull and tore the truck apart in a fountain of twisted steel. A moment later, the command tank's sponson guns shredded the bikers clinging to its flanks. It was not glorious. It was not cinematic. It was something far harder to achieve. It was composure under obscene pressure. Perhaps he is not merely an administrator after all, Voss said quietly, over a private channel only Malkor heard. The Reclusiarch's reply came after a measured pause. The world is making all of us into simpler things. The attack worsened before it broke. An ash gust opened the horizon for a moment, and Brusque saw a tide of speed freaks racing parallel to the convoy, dozens upon dozens of machines rising and falling through the storm like sharks under dirty water. Some dragged chains weighted with severed heads. Others mounted saw blades on wheel hubs that spat blood from prior kills. They cut in again from the flank. Dathan and Brusque fought standing on the Rhino, as if on the deck of a ship in heavy seas, firing, ducking, stamping at grasping hands, cutting down boarders who latched on for 3 heartbeats and died on the 4th. One orc made it onto the Rhino roof, with a roaring saw clenched in both fists. Brusque blocked the first swing on his forearm plate and felt the blade chew sparks from ceramite. The second strike nearly split his helm. Dathan came across from the side, not with flourish, but with brutal economy, driving his combat knife into the orc's eye and then pushing until the point punched through the back of the skull. He yanked the corpse free and threw it under the tracks of a following chimera. No heroics, Dathan reminded him. Brusque fired past him into another rider's face. I know. You know the words. Survive long enough, and you may know the truth. Cademan fought farther up the line, where the smoke pillars from the Gargant yards could be glimpsed between the storm curtains. Each time the haze tore and those dark columns showed, the sword brother seemed briefly elsewhere. He killed without fail, but there was a grim inwardness to him now, as if the war outside had begun to intersect some harsher war within. Once Brusque saw him stop atop a Land Raider hull and stare toward the distant smoke as bikes swarmed around him. For a heartbeat, his face was lit by fire and ash, and something that looked too close to recognition. Then an orc rider crashed onto the hull, and Cademan cut him open from groin to throat with such force that both halves slid away in opposite directions. By the time the speed freaks finally lost coherence, they had left the column running over its own dead. Bikes burned in craters. Trucks lay overturned with their passengers smeared across the road or crushed under tank tracks. Human bodies and orc bodies alike had become part of the route west. The convoy did not stop. Recovery teams would come later if there was a later worth naming. When at last the ash storm thinned enough for shape and distance to return, Malkor moved his steedless pace among the armor at a halt point, inspecting damage and speaking to the living in the same voice with which he addressed the dying. He found Voss on the lee side of a Land Raider, helm removed, his scarred face streaked with ash and old blood, staring toward the inland horizon. Your concern approaches insolence, Reclusiarch, Voss said without turning. Then I will dress it in doctrine, Malkor replied. The Marshal glanced at him. Malkor's skull helm regarded the smoke pillars in the far distance. This world is hardening the crusade. I say not that it makes us weaker. I say it makes us cleaner in the worst way. Mercy has burned out of the brothers faster than hatred can replace it. There is a pitilessness growing here beyond what our rule requires. Voss said nothing for several breaths. At Cinder Gate, Malkor went on, we burned our own and named it necessity. It was necessity. That is not my warning. My warning is that the act now sits too easily in the blood. The Marshal's expression did not shift. You object? I observe. And if observation displeases you? Malkor's reply was almost gentle, which made it colder. Nothing on Armageddon is measured by my displeasure. But if this war remakes us, let it not do so without witness. For a long moment, the only answer was the tick of cooling armor and the far-off boom of artillery. Then Voss said, win the war first, judge the shape it left in us after. The convoy moved again. Toward evening, the haze ahead thickened with a different smoke, darker and more regular, rising in repeated columns from fixed points, rather than the wandering plumes of open battlefield fires. Gun flashes strobed within it. The sound rolled across the flats, in layered concussions, heavy ordnance, sustained barrages, impact chains. There was architecture hidden in the murk now, vast outlines caught in flare light, towers, chimneys, stacks, buttresses, Gethsemane. The forge basilica emerged by degrees, as if being carved from the smoke by artillery. First came the upper towers, pierced and burning, then the wall lines beneath them, bristling with gun decks and shrine faces, then the giant furnace stacks pouring black into the sky. Shell bursts marched across its outer defenses in crimson blooms. One transept tower took a direct hit, while the convoy watched and vomited stone and saint statues into the haze. The gun line was already under bombardment. No one in the column mistook the sight for welcome. They came on toward it through ash, over bone, beneath a sky the color of old blood, and the forge basilica waited ahead like a cathedral built for the worship of war itself. Gethsemane did not resemble a city so much as a vow made in iron. It rose from the ash wastes in fortress tiers and furnace towers, its walls buttressed with manufactorum stacks and shrine fronts in equal measure, as though some ancient builder had found no contradiction between the casting of shells and the fashioning of icons. Great tracked conveyors fed into the outer precincts bearing shell casings, raw steel, promethium drums, and tank components the size of hab chambers. Between those same conveyors stood colonnades of saints worked in blackened stone, processional ways lined with censer poles, and high archways carved with battle canticles so old that soot and shrapnel had bitten half the words away. Gun decks jutted from transept faces. Bell towers stood over loading cranes. Furnace hearts throbbed beneath reliquary vaults. Whole cloisters had been given over to the turning of lathe engines and shell presses. In one quarter, tanks were borne in pieces beneath hanging chains, while shrine acolytes blessed axle housings and track links with the same solemnity lesser worlds might have reserved for newborn children. This was Armageddon's truth, rendered in architecture, war and worship, industry and sacrament, steel and incense. The crusade columns rolled through its outer gates under bombardment. Shells burst against curtain walls and showered the avenue with black chips of saint statue and hot fragments of iron. Smoke drifted through archways hung with battle banners. Priests in soot-dark robes dragged shell carts beside mind-locked servitors, while over their heads, stained glass saints shattered under artillery concussion and rained colored shards onto the paving stones. The Steel Legion files spread toward assigned bastions and reserve pits with hard efficiency. Black Templars dismounted into a place that felt, to their kind, uncomfortably close to holy. Marshal Ramiel Voss understood the danger of that closeness immediately. He did not wait for quarters or a full command briefing. He marched with his chosen brethren into the central forge nave where the largest furnace altars burned, their mouths roaring red beneath hanging chains and the blackened bronze forms of imperial saints. Workers and priests alike threw themselves flat as the Astartes entered, their armored tread echoing through a chamber vast enough to swallow chapels whole. Furnace heat painted every helm lens in blood-orange light. There, before the altar mouths where munitions iron was smelted under prayer, Voss drew his sword. All speech in the hall ceased. The marshal planted the blade point down upon the stone and bowed his helm, not in meekness, but in recognition. The brethren behind him followed. Even Dathan Crail bent the knee, dragging Bruce Gallen down beside him. "This ground is hallowed," Voss said, and his voice carried in the furnace roar because men wished to hear it. Not because stone may be blessed, not because labor may be sanctified, because this place gives war to the Emperor's hand and asks nothing in return save the strength to continue. Let all who hear me witness. I bind this crusade anew. As long as one brother of the Black Cross yet draws breath within these walls, Gethsemane shall not be yielded. He lifted the sword and drew its edge across his palm. Blood ran dark over the grip. By this blood, and by every drop already spent in his service, we stand for this basilica as for a relic. The answering oath came back from the assembled Black Templars like a pressure wave. No pity, no remorse, no fear. The Forge priests took it up a heartbeat later, then the armsmen, then the first ranks of Steel Legion troopers within earshot, though their voices carried uncertainty where the Astartes held only iron. Reclusiarch Odrin Malcor mounted the central sermon gantry before the echo had died. He keyed the basilica's immense vox relays to full strength, and in that hour his voice ceased to belong merely to the chamber. It rolled out through gun towers, shell foundries, trench lines, tunnel shafts, medici bays, transit cloisters, rail sidings, and battlement stations. It boomed from cracked speakers above gun pits and from shrine mouths on the walls. Even the outer bastions heard him through static and shell burst. "You who would retreat," he thundered, "answer first to the dead." He began to speak their names, not the famous, not only the Astartes. He named sword brethren and initiates, Steel Legion captains, shell haulers, rail wardens, loader crews, tunnel fighters, the holdfast dead of Cinder Gate, the men burned in the breach purge, the void-strangled brothers from the kill cruiser assault, the troopers who had died in the ash storm with their hands still on their guns. Name after name after name, a litany so long that it ceased to resemble remembrance and became accusation. Jorvan did not retreat. Halik did not retreat. Bren of the lower rails did not retreat, though his legs were gone beneath him. Tarek of the munitions line did not retreat, though his flesh burned on the tanking field. Rule of the Seventh Sword did not retreat when the void took his breath. What then makes your blood more precious than theirs? By the time his sermon reached the outer works, men who had been glancing rearward in exhaustion or doubt were staring back toward the walls with shame made physical. It did not comfort. It did not uplift. It cornered the living with the memory of those who had already paid the price, now being weighed in lesser hearts. On another world, it might have been called cruelty. On Armageddon, it served. Retreat halted, not forever, not even for long. But for that hour, fear was shamed into obedience. Brusque spent the first watch at Gethsemane, learning how little difference there was between soldiering and labor when a siege settled in. The surviving neophytes were stripped of any illusion that their worth lay solely in the sword. There were too few hands, too many shells, too many dead transport crews, too many firing pits empty of ammunition, and too many rail-fed guns that would fall silent unless some broad back and willing set of arms hauled the weight they demanded. So Brusque and the other neophytes were set to the munitions trains beneath Bombardment, carrying heavy shell casings in chain slings from sorting yards to elevator mouths, while shrapnel pattered from the iron arches overhead and the furnaces shook with every nearby impact. His armor became a labor harness, his gauntlets blackened with machine grease and shell dust as often as blood. He hauled promethium canisters, track links, ammunition crates, and feed drums with the same body that had been made to kill. Whenever the outer walls shook under artillery, overseers and Black Templar sergeants alike screamed for greater speed, because endurance was a kind of battle, and the chapter recognized no clean divide between the man who slit a throat at the parapet and the man who kept the heavy bolter fed enough to do its work. Dathan found him between loads with shell dust, plastered into the seams of his gorget, and his breath coming hard through the rebreather grill. "You thought war was only the charge," the initiate said. Brusque shifted the sling on his shoulder. "I thought it was the point of the spear." Dathan nodded once toward the endless line of shell carts grinding toward the lifts. "It is. This is the shaft." No more needed saying. Brusque bent beneath the next load and carried it. Above and beyond that labor, the siege began to take shape in earnest. Greenskin artillery walked measured brackets across the outer walls and loading precincts, not in the wild exuberance of raid fighting, but with the patience of a force, settling its weight for a proper constriction. Looted armor formations appeared beyond the furnace flats, battle wagons and gun trucks moving beneath screens of smoke as though herded by an intelligence rare among their kind. Tunnel crews reported drilling and percussion from beneath the basilica's outer precincts. Sappers found fresh voids in the subsoil. Recon sightings showed mobs assembling gabion lines and gun nests rather than merely rushing the walls. Human collaborators began to appear before the first assault probes, driven ahead of the greenskins in ragged groups, some still in labor garb, some in scavenged gear, all carrying demolition satchels, crowbars, wire cutters, and crude signal lamps. Drail watched the first such group through magnoculars from the south transept wall. "Press-ganged," he said. "Some will be coerced, some broken, some simply hungry enough to choose survival." Voss stood beside him, helm under one arm, wind plucking ash through his cropped, dark hair. "They serve the enemy. They can still be reclaimed." The marshal's expression gave nothing. "No, they can only be used or killed." When the first line of collaborators was driven toward the wire under cover of orc fire, Voss gave the order without pause. "Shoot them with the rest." The wall guns opened. Bodies pitched and burst among the ditchworks. A few tried to turn and run. Greenskin rounds cut them down from behind. Others kept stumbling forward until lass fire or bolter rounds broke them open. It was ugly, close work, because human outlines still troubled human trigger fingers. Black Templars solved that hesitation simply by firing first. Drail lowered the magnoculars too slowly. "Selective mercy would preserve labor strength," he said. "Interrogate survivors, sort the willing from the coerced." "Service to Xenos erases civilian status," Voss replied. "A man who opens your gate for the alien is no man of yours." Drail's jaw worked once. "That arithmetic will leave us very few souls to save." Voss looked beyond the walls, where artillery flashes crawled under the smoke. "Then let the worthier few remain." It might have stayed an argument of doctrine had the saboteurs not made it doctrine's proof. Near the end of the next bombardment cycle, with casualties rising in the lower Medici cloisters and stretcher teams moving at a dead run through shell-hazed transepts, the hidden collaborators inside Gethsemane chose their hour. 3 explosions took the eastern Medici block in rapid sequence. The first blew out the lower triage doors. The second tore through oxygen lines and chem stores. The third came from within the surgical hall itself, collapsing the roof and burying wounded chirurgeons, orderlies, and all hope of orderly treatment beneath falling masonry and white fire. The blast punched smoke and limbs through the windows into the adjoining cloister. Brusque was hauling ammunition in the nave when the concussion ran through the floor. A rain of medicae parchment and black flakes of burned cloth came drifting out over the paving stones. Men began to scream in the high, raw way of the trapped. Driel reached the wreck before the dust had settled. He saw an orderly impaled on a shard of shrine glass. He saw a wounded gunner dragging himself with one arm from under a fallen lintel, while fire consumed the rest of him. He saw charges wired into the support braces from the inside. When he turned back toward Voss, there was rage in the set of his shoulders, but not much argument left. The marshal only said, "You would have welcomed them in?" Driel gave no answer. He did not need to. The ruined medicae block answered for him, smoking and packed with its dead. Below the basilica, Dathan led the tunnel purge. The orc sappers had begun to nose close beneath the outer foundations, using old manufactorum ducts, maintenance shafts, sewer lines, and bomb-collapsed crypt. Passages to work toward demolition points under the walls. If left unanswered, they would turn the ground itself into a weapon. So Dathan took a mixed force of Black Templars, Steel Legion engineers, and shotgun-armed tunnel teams into the underways where the air stank of sump water, engine runoff, mold, cordite, and older graves. Brusque went, because Dathan did. The darkness below Gethsemane was not complete. It was broken in shocks and lacerations. Shotgun muzzle flashes burst white in cramped passages, showing wet brick, rusted pipes, glistening cables, and the sudden black-red ruin of faces at point-blank range, before the dark swallowed everything again. Chain teeth sparked from steel whenever a weapon met a hatch frame or a pipe brace before finding flesh. Grenades turned side chambers into thunderboxes full of shattered bodies and rat howl echoes. In places the ceilings were so low that Astartes had to hunch, making each forward surge feel like forcing giants through a grave. Dathan thrived there. He moved by memory more than sight, reading corridor width, echo, smell, and the instinctive geometry of murder. He taught Brusque in fragments between kills. Never center the passage. Give the blast room to pass you. A shotgun boomed. An orc face vanished. Watch the floor before the dark. Mines do not care how brave you are. A commando lunged from a side pipe and lost both hands before it finished rising. Hear the metal. Chains wood on stone lies. Chains wood on steel tells you where the plate seam is. He proved the lesson an instant later, turning a chop meant for an unseen enemy into a thrust through a false bulkhead, behind which two orcs waited with satchel charges. The blade bit steel first, spat sparks, then found meat. The charges went off in a muffled thump that showered the tunnel with blood and bits of planking. Steel Legion sappers fought differently in the underways. They hugged cover, marked routes, measured distances, set. Disciplined countercharges, and communicated with clipped hand signs when the air became too deafening for speech. The Black Templars struck like surgical violence personified. Together, they made an ugly but effective union. Near the deepest, auger-marked tunnel mouth, they found proof of the collaborators' work. Human dead lay among the orcs, some still wearing stolen medicae tabs or work gang tags, their bodies reduced to tools that had outlived utility. They had guided the Xenos through forgotten service ways, marked load-bearing points, carried blasting charges, and been discarded when the work grew too close to danger. One still clutched a picked slate bearing the lower foundation schematics of the basilica. Brusque looked at the slate, then at the dead man's face, half chewed away by tunnel vermin and explosive backwash. He sold this place and still died for nothing, he said. Dathan kicked the corpse into the sump trench and moved on. Most traitors do. Above the labor, the shelling, the tunnel fights, and the endless adjustments of defense, another war continued in Cademan Galt's silence. It broke at last in the reclusium chamber behind the furnace nave. The sword brother came to Malcor, with his helm under one arm and the lines of old pain and new strain drawn hard across his face.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Candles guttered in the chamber, relics hung from chains. The distant beat of the shelling moved through the walls like the pulse of some diseased heart. Malkor stood before a rack of crozius heads taken from dead chaplains of earlier crusades, his own skull helm set upon the altar beside him. "I have delayed too long," Cademan said. Malkor did not turn at once. "Then you have chosen a familiar failing." Cademan ignored the barb. "It grows stronger." That drew the Reclusiarch's gaze. "The visions," Cademan said. The word came out harder than he intended, as if admitting it had substance enough to choke him. At Cinder Gate in the sermon, on the road when the smoke of the Gargant Yards showed, in the Kill Cruiser Chapel, in the wall collapse when I nearly reached the beast, again tonight among the furnaces, I see fire, a black cross blade, ruin under a sky of ash. I hear bells where no bells sound. Malkor said nothing. Cademan had faced greenskin knobs, void breaches, tunnel slaughter, and the near fall of a wall beneath him. None of that unsettled him as deeply as the chaplain's silence did in that chamber. Silence implied consideration. Consideration implied possibility. Possibility was more frightening than dismissal. "At first I thought it battle strain," Cademan said. "Then concussion, then pride. Some hunger in myself wanting pattern where there is only blood." Still Malkor did not answer. Cademan took one step closer. "If there is corruption in me, name it. If this is madness, say so. If I am merely exhausted, I will endure the shame of it gladly, but do not weigh me and leave the scale unread." Malkor studied him through old scar and candle smoke for so long that Cademan felt the seconds as separate wounds. Finally, the Reclusiarch spoke. "If what touches you is false, it will fade when pain or vanity changes shape." Cademan's jaw tightened. "And if it is real?" Malkor lifted his skull helm and held it beneath one arm like a judge taking up his office. "Then the Emperor will not request your service." The words fell with the force of a sentence already written. "He will claim it." Nothing in the chamber moved. Beyond the walls, Gethsemane groaned under another artillery impact, and from the furnace nave below came the endless labor of shells being fed into the war. Cademan stood very still, more afraid of the calm in Malkor's voice than of any answer he had imagined. Outside, the siege tightened. Inside, the basilica burned and worked and prayed, and the war drew breath for what would come next. Siege hunger did not always begin in the belly. At Gethsemane, it began in the spirit, and from there, it spread everywhere. The orc guns continued their slow liturgy from beyond the ash flats, hammering the basilica walls by schedule and instinct alike. But it was the hours between bombardments that began to rot the defenders from within. Men who could stand under shell fire without flinching grew wild-eyed at the sound of ration carts. Work gangs fought with chisels and shell hooks over half-full canteens. Loader crews slept beside ammunition lifts, with their hands still around feed chains, waking only when kicked. Furnace priests muttered litanies out of sequence. Armsmen started at shadows in service passages. Laborers swore they heard orc voices through walls where only steam pipes ran. In the lower hab galleries given over to refugees and displaced workers, fear became its own contagion, more mobile than plague, and in some ways deadlier. One scream in the wrong corridor could stampede 100 souls into a shell lane. One rumor of poisoned cisterns could turn a ration line into a riot. One whispered claim that the outer walls had already fallen could empty a whole work detail into blind flight. The civilians had not yet become the enemy. They had begun, however, to resemble a weapon waiting for a hand to grip it. Marshal Ramiel Voss understood that before most. he imposed order with the same logic by which he deployed bolter teams or demolition charges. There was no distinction in his mind between disorder inside the walls and breach pressure outside them. Both were cracks. Both widened if left unpunished. Looters were taken first. The first public hangings were conducted in the shell sorting cloister, where munitions workers, refugees, wounded guardsmen, and forge acolytes all had to pass. The condemned had been caught stripping corpses in the Medici ruins and stealing water canisters from a loader crew assigned to the western gun decks. Their bodies were winched up by cargo. Chains and left swaying above the avenue, with placards wired to their chests in block script burned into scrap plate. Thief, coward, waster of the Emperor's property. No one cut them down. Deserters were shot in work lines or dragged from hiding holes beneath hab stairs and executed against furnace walls, while others were made to watch. Hoarded water was seized at bolter point and redistributed under direct guard. The cistern cloisters became armed zones where Steel Legion quartermasters and Black Templar initiates stood together over ration spigots, one with legislate, the other with finger on trigger. Work gangs were driven not by shouted pleas or civic obligation, but by the unmistakable truth that if shell loads did not move quickly enough, those holding the line would kill the laggards before the orcs could. Bruce Gallen saw a shell hauler beaten unconscious by a sergeant for pretending exhaustion. He saw a rail priest shot through the hand for trying to hide a promethium token under his tongue. He saw a knot of civilians forced at gunpoint into a fire suppression detail, while the roof of the adjoining transept still dropped burning glass around them. He did not fail to notice that the line continued to hold. Black Templars swept the hab blocks next. The basilica precincts held countless levels not directly useful to the defense. Hab galleries for workers, storage tiers, devotional cells, abandoned administrative floors, old manufactorum dormitories, crypt levels, conveyor overlook stacks, and half-shattered tower wings now crowded with the displaced. Inside such places, a siege fermented secrets. Collaborators hid among the frightened. Mutants crept from sump recesses and old waste runs. Commando greenskins, small for their breed and vile with cunning, nested in lift shafts and behind false bulkheads to slit throats, mark weak points, and feed panic. So the sweeps began at dawnless watch and did not stop. Dathan Krail led one of them through the eastern hab tiers with Brusque and 2 combat squads behind him. There was no civility in room clearance on Armageddon. Doors were kicked in or blown. Occupants were thrown to the floor, searched, separated by utility, and judged in moments. The worthy were sent to labor. The doubtful were bound. The obviously corrupt died where they stood. One room held men hiding stolen water under prayer mats. Another concealed a malformed thing with human eyes and vestigial claws that had been living off dead infants and sump runoff in the wall space between hab chambers. Dathan put a bolt through its skull before the residents had finished screaming. On the 9th level, they found a pair of orc infiltrators painted in soot and butcher's fat, hiding among furnace scrubbers, each carrying signal tabs and demolition string. The firefight painted one whole corridor in arterial sheets and promethium soot, with the survivors left blinking in the red haze while the Templars moved on without slowing. By the end of the sweep, entire levels stank of opened bodies, burned wiring, fierce sweat, and sanctified fuel. "Remember it," Dathan told Brusque, as they stepped over a dead collaborator whose hands had been scorched black from handling charge wire. "The filth within the wall is always more dangerous than the beast howling outside it. The beast outside must cross ground. This one sleeps in your lungs." Brusque was learning. He still had not learned enough. Later, in a shell-torn access hall beneath the southern transept, he saw a Steel Legion guardsman pinned under a collapsed support strut. The man's lower body had ceased to exist in any useful sense. Bone and uniform rag and blood had become a crushed, red-black paste beneath the beam. He still breathed. He still clutched his laser gun with both hands. When Dathan and Brusk came through with their sweep file, the guardsman tried to raise his head. "Please," he rasped through broken teeth. "Lift it. Throne, lift it." Brusk took one step toward him. Dathan drew his pistol and shot the guardsman through the forehead. The body twitched once and sagged still. Blood crept down the broken floor toward Brusk's boots. Brusk stopped, as if struck. He was alive. He was finished, Dathan said, stepping over the corpse without pause. Brusk followed, only because the rest of the squad was already moving. Rage and shock flared together in him, with an intensity he had not expected after all he had already seen. When the sweep paused at the next junction to mark a hidden culvert, he seized the moment. "You did not even ask his name." Dathan turned. The initiate's helm was mag-clamped to his belt, his face a thing of scar and soot, and old contempt burned clean into discipline. Would his name have restored his legs? He was one of ours, and therefore deserving of a cleaner death than the one closing over him. Bruska's fists locked. "You speak of mercy and murder as the same. Act." Dathan stepped close enough that Brusk could smell ash and old blood on him, beneath the armor seals. "No," he said. "I speak of scale. Compassion is not forbidden. It is simply beneath victory." The words lodged in Brusk more deeply than he wanted. Not because he accepted them. Not entirely. Because a part of him had already begun to understand the hideous arithmetic from which they were drawn. Dryle confronted Voss before the next bombardment cycle ended. The command tower had been shattered 2 days earlier and only half restored, its upper chamber open on one side, where a shell had ripped out the wall and left jagged ferrocrete teeth exposed to smoke and wind. From there, the inner precincts could be seen in harsh fragments. Ration lines under armed guard, work details bent under shell loads, smoke drifting from the Medici ruins, hangings swaying over the shell cloister, Black Templars moving through hab access points in search files. Drell came in with his rebreather hanging open around his neck and fury worn as plainly as rank. "This is no defense anymore," he said. "It is occupation by threat." Voss stood over the tactical table, gauntlet resting beside the hololith, where assault markers flashed around the basilica perimeter. "You object to success. I object to ruling the living as though they are already condemned." Voss looked up. "Many of them are." Dryle crossed the chamber and gestured toward the avenue below, where 2 men were being driven back into a work line at gunpoint. "You hang the starving, you shoot the broken, you seize water like punitive tithe. Your warriors clear hab blocks as though the people inside them are Zeno's dens. Do you think fear does not curdle into hatred?" "It does," Voss said. "Hatred is useful when correctly aimed." Dryle's mouth thinned. "You are ruling by terror." That at last drew a faint shift in the marshal's expression, not offense, merely recognition that the colonel had finally named the tool. "Terror is only a problem when it serves the enemy," Voss said. A shell struck somewhere below, and the tower shuddered. Dust sifted from the ceiling ribs. Neither man moved. Dryle spoke more quietly then, which made the anger in him seem graver rather than less. "There will be something left of this world when the war is done. Men will have to live in it." Voss returned his gaze to the battle map. "Then let them learn what preserved it." Night came, though on Armageddon night was mostly a change in tone rather than in light. The furnaces still glowed, fires still burned. The sky remained the color of bruised iron, the clouds lit from below by artillery and distant hive flame. But sound traveled differently after the lower watches. Prayer bells muted, work gangs thinned, the shelling shifted to intermittent pressure. Weariness crept deeper under armor and skin alike. That was when Mogrok's skull crusher came. The first sign was not assault, but music. Loudspeakers somewhere beyond the outer rubble fields crackled to life and began blaring stolen imperial hymns across the dark. The sound was warped by orc machinery and bad recording, voices stretched, holy words chewed by static, but the melodies were recognizable enough to freeze men at their stations. Hymns used in shrine processions, marching chants for work gangs, funeral songs. Then orc laughter boomed over the music, then engines. The assault hit every outer approach together. Looted armor crashed through the shell craters, with guns blazing, while mobs of greenskins swarmed behind iron mantlets and half-burned transit wagons. Burner jets washed the lower walls in orange glare. Rocket fire screamed over the parapets. Human collaborators stumbled ahead of the main waves, carrying icons and banners as mockery. Some nailed upright to boards, some driven forward under threat of mutilation, all of it beneath the blaring of stolen hymns that turned faith itself into insult. For a moment, under that sound, the line almost faltered. Then Malcor's voice broke over every channel at once, drowning hymn and laughter alike in a roar of wrath. "Answer mockery with slaughter!" The defenders fired. Laser guns and heavy stubbers stitched the approaches. Bolter teams opened from the upper transepts. Flamers reached out through murder slits and turned packed assault lanes into thrashing walls of fire. Yet the pressure did not break. Knobs in slab armor crashed through the first wire. One looted wagon made the foot of the western stair and vomited a boarding mob straight onto the lower wall walk. A second smashed into the south transit gate, hard enough to crack its seals. Cademan Galt led the countercharge. He came down the inner stair with sword brethren and initiates at his back, moving with a clarity that silenced even the most immediate fear in those who saw him. He did not rage. He did not bellow challenge. The grim inwardness that had haunted him since Cinder Gate had sharpened into something colder, more exact. He cut his way into the first knot of knobs and seemed for a heartbeat less a man advancing than a verdict being delivered. Every blow served a purpose beyond fury. A wrist severed to drop a claw before it could rise. A knee opened to pitch a brute sideways and expose the one behind. A pistol round through an eye slit timed with a shoulder check that sent a second greenskin off the wall into the ditch below. He moved as if he could already see the shape of every second to come and had no need to waste anger on what was certain. Brusque fought 2 paces behind Dathan and could not stop watching Cademan between targets. The Sword Brothers' blade rose and fell in furnace light and hymn distortion. Knobs died around him in showers of black blood and shattered teeth. One brute, taller than the rest and draped in chain trophies, brought down a powered maul with enough force to crater the stone where Cademan had been a fraction earlier. Cademan stepped inside the swing and opened the thing from groin to sternum in a 2-handed cut that spilled loops of steaming entrails across the parapet. He did not even look at the corpse as it folded. Dathan noticed Brusque's gaze. "Fight the enemy in front of you," he snapped, then buried his chainsword in a boarding orc's mouth and kicked the dying creature off the wall. Brusque obeyed, yet even in obedience, he felt that something was changing in the man leading the charge. Cademan had always been disciplined. Tonight he seemed touched by something grimmer than discipline and less human than rage. Mogroch himself did not reach the walls that night, but his presence was there in the shape of the assault. The pressure never wasted itself on random points. The hymn mockery was no mere vulgarity, but a calculated contamination of spirit. The collaborators were pushed where they would draw hesitation. The armor struck where the lower transit gates had already suffered structural fatigue. This was not an animal tide. It was a test, perhaps even a conversation in violence between war leaders, separated by smoke and distance. It lasted through the blackest watches. By dawnless grey, the outer slopes were carpeted with the dead. Burned orcs lay in heaps against the wire. Human bodies, some in labor rags, some in stolen uniforms, some too ruined for either distinction to matter, were tangled among the craters and broken barriers. The hymn speakers had been destroyed one by one, but snatches of sacred melody still crackled from a few smashed boxes in grotesque fragments before failing entirely. The basilica still stood. So did those who had held it, though not unchanged. Brusque walked the wall after the assault and saw what the siege had made of the defenders. Steel Legion troopers stepping over wounded without the hesitation they would once have shown. Forge laborers working shell chains beside corpses until ordered to drag them clear. Neophytes speaking in shorter phrases, their eyes harder behind soot. A priest blessing an ammunition cart and a firing squad in the same breath. Black Templars cleaner in purpose, darker in act, and increasingly uninterested in any distinction between the two. Harder, crueler, less recognizably human. Armageddon was not merely killing them, it was curing them of softness, and the cure was taking. The warning came up from beneath the basilica, like a sickness surfacing through the skin. At first, it had been rhythm only. A deep percussion felt more than heard through the lower foundations. Then came the auger ghosts, hollow spaces where no mapped passage ought to have existed. Heat blooms in the strata below the furnace crypts, vibrations in load-bearing stone that matched the harsh bite of industrial drills and the cruder violence of greenskin excavation. By the time the engineers finished cross-checking old plans against new echoes, the shape of the danger was plain enough to taste. The orcs were not merely tunneling toward the walls. They were driving for the reactor crypts beneath Gethsemane. If they reached those buried hearts and brought the vaulting down, the forge basilica would not simply lose power. Whole districts above could fold inward, furnace lines would rupture, ammunition stores might ignite in sequence. The defense of Gethsemane would become its own funeral pyre. Marshal Ramiel Voss received the report in the lower strategium with the same expression he wore when informed of weather. The men around him, mortal and transhuman alike, felt the gravity of it more visibly than he did. Colonel Stefan Dreil's hands flattened on the projection table. The engine seers muttered Binharic calculations in clipped alarm. One of the Bastion priests began whispering the litany against internal fire until Malkor's skull helm turned toward him, and the whisper died at once. Voss studied the projected underways, old crypt, levels, furnace conduits, burial vaults, forgotten maintenance arteries, and pre-imperial industrial cavities, all layered beneath the basilica, like the hidden organs of some giant animal. "They want the route," he said. Dreil gave a curt nod. "My sappers can delay them, not stop them. Not if they have found the old catacomb veins. The maps grow unreliable below the third burial strata. Then unreliability will become the enemy's burden." Voss looked to the assembled sword brethren and initiates. "I want the best below ground, not the freshest, not the loudest, the best. We cut the tunnels out of this place like rot from meat." No one objected. There were no alternate virtues to recommend. They went down through levels no bombardment from outside had touched, because they had been buried too long for the surface war to remember them. Relic vaults came first, chambers lined in blackened stone, where old crusade trophies hung in dust and incense rot, rusting helms, chains words fused by age into ceremonial ruin, cracked standards, reliquaries filled with finger bones and parchment. Then came mass graves from forgotten sieges, long trenches of stacked dead, walled behind prayer script and iron grills, the air stale with mummified remains and old oils. Beyond those lay furnace lines running deep beneath the basilica's public heart, hot arteries carrying power and pressure through armored conduits broader than roads. Deeper still were the ancient industrial catacombs, the bones of some earlier manufacturum civilization built over, sanctified, and never truly erased. There the walls changed character. Imperial stone gave way to older metal. Service ducts became vertical mazes. Great pressure doors hung half open on corroded hinges. Black riveted ceilings sweated with condensate and old machine blood. Brusque Gallen followed Dathan Crail into that buried dark and felt the world above recede as though he were descending out of history and into something far more primitive. Helmet lamps were useless at long distance. The dust and steam swallowed them. Sound behaved badly. A single bolter shot went off ahead and returned as a whole pack of phantom detonations. Their boots rang on steel in one passage, then sank in ancient ash and funerary dust in the next. Every wall seemed close enough to press a man flat. Every bend seemed chosen by malice. "No wide swings," Dathan said as they advanced in paired files. "The tunnel steals them." Bruce checked the chamber load on his bolter. "I know." Dathan glanced back through the red glow of his lenses. Then no faster. They hit the first Orc work gang in a furnace service throat, where heat shimmer rolled low across the decking, and great feeder pipes glowed dull red along the walls. The enemy had broken through from a side drift, and were widening it with industrial saws, blasting charges, and sheer brutality. Enslaved miners had been driven ahead of the greenskins, in collars and leg chains, stumbling through rubble with probe poles and demolition satchels forced into their hands. Some were blind from dust. Some were burned raw across the back, where whips or furnace spray had bitten them. Behind them came lobotomized laborers in stolen work harness, blank-eyed and mutilated, their forebrains butchered away, driven forward as living mine clearers with crude detonators wired to their chests. The sight halted even veteran guardsmen for a heartbeat. That heartbeat cost blood. The first miner detonated when a hidden pressure plate clicked under his boot. The blast turned him into strips and took 2 following slaves with him. Orcs laughed and shoved the next rank through the smoke. One of the lobotomized laborers blundered into the tunnel mouth with his arms out and his mouth hanging open. Dryl's lead sapper shot him through the face. The dead trigger hand spasmed on the detonator and burst the body anyway, spraying the tunnel with chunks of spine, wire, and half-digested ration mash. It became an atrocity procession under fire. Black Templars cut through it because there was no other path. Chain blades chewed sparks from the walls as swings shortened in the confined space. Bolter detonations burst bodies into gobbets that slapped wet across pipe casings and burial stone alike. The air thickened with pulverized flesh and explosive stink. Dathan struck down an orc over the shoulder of a dying miner, then kicked the corpse aside to clear a lane for Brusque's next shot. A Steel Legion sapper beside them worked with equal savagery and less grace, firing a combat shotgun one-handed, while his other hand slapped purity wax onto a satchel charge he meant to jam into the side breach. The ugly work of it forged its own respect. Dryl's men did not complain about Astartes' pace below ground. The Templars did not mock the mortals' caution around old charges, support seams, gas pockets, and bad stone. Each learned quickly what the other already knew. A sapper's hand on a wall could tell where the stress ran. A Black Templar's advance could break a jam in a passage too tight for morale to survive. Orders became shorter and cleaner between them. Charge seam here. Cover left slit. Dead void in the floor. 3 contacts behind the brace. No wasted rank, no ceremonial distance, only function in the dark. They pushed deeper. The catacombs narrowed into a sequence of vault passages, lined by dead crusaders interred, standing within alcoves, armored skeletons behind iron lattices, hands folded over rusted swords, eye sockets staring out through candles burned to stubs generations before. The orcs had smashed some open in search of plunder, scattering old bones underfoot. Brusque stepped on a finger phalanx and felt it crack beneath his boot. Then the far end of the crypt erupted with gunfire, and all reverence was eaten by necessity. A commando mob came low and fast through the mortuary haze, knifing around the shrine plinths with a speed disgusting in creatures so heavy. Dathan met them at contact range, His chainsword snarled in the half-dark, its teeth biting first into masonry when a tunnel feint drew his swing wide, then correcting into flesh with a shower of sparks and blood. Brusque fired over his shoulder, the bolter's flash turning the crypt into stuttering tableau of saints, skeletons, torsos opening, and old dust made crimson. An orc lunged from a side alcove, hidden among the dead, and drove a hooked blade toward Dathan's exposed flank. Brusque moved before thought. He did not calculate. He did not choose bravery. Reflex took him. His left hand slammed the bolter down into the attacker's wrist to spoil the strike, while his right drove the combat knife hard through the orc's throat gap beneath the jaw. Hot blood hit his gauntlet. Dathan pivoted, saw the creature dying inches from his side, and finished it with a backhanded burst from his pistol that tore half the skull away. For the briefest moment, the initiate looked at Brusque not as burden or unfinished thing, but as a weapon that had functioned correctly. Again, Dathan said. It was the highest praise Brusque had yet received. The purge widened beneath Gethsemane. Each tunnel one revealed 3 more. Furnace lines ran into ossuary chambers. Ossuaries opened into machine pits. Machine pits connected to forgotten rail bores clogged with the dead of older wars, and the fresh dead of this one. Everywhere the orcs had left obscenity in their wake. Enslaved miners buried alive in collapsed workings to mark safe routes. Laborer brains scooped hollow and wired into charge carts. Dead collaborators pinned upright as crude signposts pointing toward weak supports. In one buried junction, Malkor found the source of the warp-tainted pressure that had been infecting the lowest augers. A weird boy squatted atop a broken reliquary plinth ringed by twitching grot attendants and the charred remains of human skulls arranged in patterns too ugly to mistake for chance. Green fire danced over the thing's skin. The tunnel air smelled of burned copper and opened graves. As the defenders surged into the chamber, the Psyker vomited a howl that made lesser men clutch at their heads and drove a wave of emerald force down the corridor, hard enough to peel paint from armor and burst eyeballs in the sockets of the nearest dead. Malkor advanced into it. The green fire crawled across his black plate, burning purity parchment to ash and blistering the lacquer from his pauldrons. He did not stop chanting. His voice rose against the witchlight in a cadence of hatred so absolute it seemed to deny the phenomenon before it. He crossed the chamber in 3 vast strides, seized the weird boy by the throat and crown, and drove its skull down against the reliquary plinth. Bone cracked, green fire burst upward. He smashed the creature again and again, crushing its face into the stone until matter that had once been brain ran in luminous strands over the carved saints. All the while he kept chanting, the words never faltering though witch flame rolled across his vambraces and turned the chamber walls into a nightmare chapel of green shadows. When the thing stopped moving, the sigh echo died with it. The sudden absence felt like a pressure seal slamming shut inside every skull present. Malkor straightened, black armor smoking. "Advance," he said. They advanced. Cademan Gault moved farther ahead than the others, drawn by some gravity none could quite see. Several times the route forked, and he chose a path before the augurs confirmed it. Once he stopped dead before a blank wall lined in old prayer script and laid his gauntlet against the stone as though listening through it. His face had taken on that same inward severity Brusque had watched grow on the walls of Gethsemane, but now it seemed sharpened into pain. "What do you hear?" Brusque asked before he could stop himself. Cademan did not look back. "A promise or a warning. I do not yet know which." The wall came down under Melter and revealed a buried shrine. It was small compared to the grand nave above, almost intimate, a crusader sepulchre hidden behind later centuries of stone. Dust lay untouched upon the floor. Censers long dead hung over an altar of black iron. Behind it stood a tomb niche sealed with the cross and sword of an older age. No orc had yet desecrated this place. No labor line had broken it into utility. It had slept beneath the basilica while wars were fought and forgotten overhead. Cademan stepped into the chamber, and the world caught him. Brusque saw it happen in the way the Sword Brother's body locked, not from fear, not from pain, but from the violent stillness of a man struck by truth he cannot evade. Cademan's eyes fixed on the tomb niche. His breathing changed. When he spoke, the voice that came was his and not his. "A blade in ash," he whispered. "A cross in flame, blood on black stone, bells beneath the earth." The chamber seemed to breathe around him. Furnace light from the distant tunnels flickered over the shrine walls, and for an instant Brusque thought he saw reflected fire where there was none. Cademan stood inside a full waking vision now. No faint omen, no half-felt murmur. Whatever had been calling him had reached through completely. Malcor arrived at the threshold and said nothing. That silence frightened Brusque almost as much as it did Cademan. The tunnel war could not continue forever. Too many routes, too much movement, too many chances for some hidden team of greenskin sappers to reach the reactor crypts, while the defenders cut down only those immediately before them. Voss understood that as soon as the route maps were revised, precision would not end it. Only burial would. He gave the order without ceremony. Selected support seams across one whole subsector were to be blown. Furnace lines redirected, void pockets overpressured, old catacomb roofs brought down in sequence. It would bury the major orc advance arteries and everything in them. Drail read the target spread and went still. "There are our own in those runs. Then let them die closing the road," Voss said. Two sword brethren remained forward of the safe line, holding a junction against repeated orc pressure, while Steel Legion sappers tried to string the final charge train. A platoon's worth of guardsmen were still withdrawing through a mortuary rail, bore one level below. Vox traffic confirmed their position. It changed nothing. The charges went. The earth beneath Gethsemane convulsed. Mass grave walls burst inward. Furnace mains cracked and vomited fire through the old tunnels. Whole vault roofs sheared away in thunderous slabs. Men disappeared mid-shout. Orcs vanished under tidal waves of stone, iron, and the dead of previous centuries. The shock hammered through every chamber and turned dust, instantly thick enough to choke. Brusque was thrown to one knee and felt the deck jump under him, as if the basilica itself had kicked in wrath. For long moments, there was no war, only collapse. Then the settling began, rock grinding on rock, support beams screaming, isolated gunshots from buried pockets, the dim, agonized sounds of those still alive and entombed too deep to reach. No one moved to dig out the lost sword brethren. No one spoke of the dozens of guardsmen gone into that stone grave. The sector was sealed. That was what mattered. Everything else was inventory after the fact. Dust rolled through the surviving passages in great grey breaths. Out of one such cloud, staggering from a newly opened split in the shrine wall, came Cademan Gault. He was white with stone powder and black with blood beneath it. His helm was gone. One shoulder plate hung cracked. In both hands, he carried a sword taken from the tomb niche, a relic blade long hidden with the remains of a dead crusader. Its crossguard was dark with age. Its fuller bore old script, barely visible beneath dust and dried sacred oil. Yet in Cademan's grasp, it seemed less a dead heirloom than something woken. He emerged through the settling ruin, carrying it as though the catacombs themselves had placed the weapon in his hands. Behind him, the buried dark groaned with the last movements of the cave-in. Before him, the surviving brethren made way without being told. And somewhere above, beyond layers of stone, furnace, and fortress, Gethsemane still endured, not because the war had grown cleaner, but because it had grown cruel enough to bury its own heart and continue beating. Defense alone would have killed them by inches. Marshal Ramiel Voss understood it before the last dust of the catacomb collapse had settled out of the furnace air. Gethsemane still stood. The tunnel war beneath it had been buried under stone, fire, and sacrifice. The walls yet held. The gun deck still answered. Yet, all of it amounted to slow death if the enemy were allowed to continue building beyond the perimeter. Every shell foundry the orcs completed. Every gargant limb riveted into place. Every stockpile of fuel and armor amassed in the assembly yards beyond the haze only lengthened the knife poised over the basilica. To remain behind the walls was to volunteer for measured strangulation. So Voss chose offense. The order spread through Gethsemane before the full, dawnless watch had turned. Assault columns were to muster. Artillery was to prepare rolling curtains. Steel Legion armor was to align with crusade vehicles on the western egress routes. Air support was to strike orc flak positions where possible and die trying where not. The Gargant assembly yards beyond the ash flats would be hit with every blade Voss could drive into them, not held, not occupied, broken. The forge basilica convulsed around the command. Land raiders growled awake in the lower vehicle naves, their hulls black, with soot and inscribed with old oath script, lit by red furnace glow. Rhino columns formed in iron files between shell lifts and prayer arches, while servitors loaded ammunition crates and spare promethium drums into every spare inch of transport space. Steel Legion tank companies rolled out from their reserve pits with track guards still hung with ash and old flesh from previous fighting. Basilisk batteries in the rear precincts elevated their guns toward invisible coordinates beyond the horizon. Thunderhawk engines screamed from launch aprons and were answered by the higher, sharper cries of Imperial strike craft, clawing for the low clouds above the smoke. Far off, where the haze opened in intermittent wounds, the horizon shook with the footfall of distant titans exchanging god-scale fire through the gloom. Armageddon widened again. Brusque Gallon rode atop a Crusader pattern Land Raider, with the other surviving neophytes chained by discipline and gripped to the hull rails, his bolter mag-clamped, combat blade sheathed, senses already half drowned in the roar of engines and the furnace wind of the advance. Below him, the vehicle's machine spirit growled through armor plate like a caged predator. Ahead, the broad slab prow bore the black cross in scorched white, half hidden beneath old impact scars and fresh dust. He had ridden into battle before. He had stood atop moving armor through ash storm slaughter. This was different. This was not a deployment. It was a rite in motion. The Black Templars turned an armored advance into a liturgy of annihilation. Prayer ran over the Vox, not as calm recitation, but as sharpened cadence timed to engine revs and target marks. Each vehicle carried its own fury, but all of them moved in concert. Heavy assault tanks at the core, rhinos and support armor weaving around them, Steel Legion battle lines in disciplined parallel, artillery curtains falling ahead in methodical bands to tear the ground open for the charge. Aircraft, jewels stitched the filthy sky overhead. Orc fighter craft corkscrewing through missile smoke, while Imperial interceptors slashed at them in knife-bright passes. From beyond sight came the thunder of Titan-scale impacts, each one so immense it shook loose dust from armor seams and made the very horizon flicker. Brusque looked out over the advancing host and saw war at the scale the catechisms had always promised, and mortal speech had never truly held. Whole regiments moved like blown soot around the feet of engines that could level cathedrals. Tanks died in the distance as quickly as sparks from a forge, and yet still counted as only one note in a larger composition. The assault spread across the flats in bands, wedges, and moving kill zones broad enough to swallow cities. Dathan Krail rode forward on the assault ramp lip of the lead Land Raider in Brusque's file, one gauntlet gripping a rail, the other resting on the hilt of his chainsword. He did not look back when he spoke. Today, you will see the lie most men tell about armored war. Brusque kept his eyes forward. What lie is that? That tanks make battle impersonal. The initiate drew his pistol and checked the load with a glance. Armor only carries men faster to intimate murder. The first impact zone proved him right. The Gargant assembly yards were spread across a lattice of foundries, shell pits, crane fields, rail sidings, fuel reservoirs, and mech forts welded from looted iron and manufactorum scrap. Through the drifting ash could be seen the silhouettes of unfinished war engines hanging from chain gantries like idols waiting for their final bones. Great tracked haulers dragged armor plates the size of hab walls. Thousands of greenskins moved among the structures in swarming tides. Smoke climbed from smelter stacks in black pillars. Gun nests had been dug into slag ridges and wreck lines around the yards, and crude artillery already reached for the oncoming Imperials with savage hunger. The sky cracked open under the first artillery curtain. Imperial shells walked the outer yards in disciplined waves, tearing open gun pits, collapsing crane towers, and filling the air with boiling metal and screaming debris. Orc rockets and cannon fire answered, turning sections of the advancing line into pillars of black dirt, track links, and spinning limbs. A Chimera 3 vehicles to Bruske's left vanished under a direct hit, its hull lifted and opened, like a tin reliquary under a hammer. The men inside became vapor, fragments, or luckless pieces spread over the vehicles following behind. Still the columns advanced. Steel Legion armor held its intervals with grim precision. Land raiders did not yield pace. Rhinos bounced and fishtailed through shell craters, carrying sword brethren and initiates toward breaches already selected. Above them, aircraft dueled low and vicious. Brusque saw a thunderbolt roll under a burst of tracer, climb and slice a fighter in half with cannon fire before both vanished into smoke. Seconds later, a flaming Imperial craft went shearing sideways into an Orc flak tower and took the tower down with it in a blossom of dirty orange. The Crusader beneath Brusque hammered through an outer scrap berm and into the first killing ground. Heavy bolters mounted in the sponsons screamed. Assault cannon fire shredded a buggy mob trying to flank the advance. Greenskins died under the treads or burst apart at contact range, their bodies turned into red-green ruin against the hull sides. Yet the true work only began when the assault tanks reached the first mech fort. It had been built into the skeleton of an old industrial substation. All layered catwalks, riveted towers, firing slits, hanging chain fields, and shell-loading cranes turned into improvised battlements. Orc guns flashed from every angle. Burner jets washed the approach ramps. Whole ranks of knobs waited above the gate in slabs of patched iron, eager for whatever survived the advance. Voss gave no time for prolonged bombardment. He pointed with his sword. "Break it!" The land raiders rammed home. Dathan hit the fort with the first breach team. Melter charges took the lower gate. The armored doors went white, sagged, and exploded inward in a gush of molten metal and pressure smoke. Dathan was through the opening before the heat had even bled off. Chainsword roaring, pistol firing one-handed into the nearest defenders. Brusque followed with the neophytes and hit the interior of the fort like a man stepping through a furnace door into the mouth of an animal. The scale narrowed at once from grand war to intimate butchery. Catwalks laced the interior over foundry vats and shell pits deep enough to bury tanks. Cranes swung above them, carrying half-finished gun housings and chains draped with gore from previous labor. The Orc defenders had turned every gantry into an ambush line. Fighting devolved into short rushes along steel walkways no broader than a coffin lid, over ladders slick with grease and blood, through engine galleries where muzzle flashes lit men and Xenos as crude silhouettes hacking at each other over drops that vanished into smoke. Dathan was merciless in close work. He led by momentum rather than gesture, cutting down a knob at the hips, stepping over the collapse, shooting a second through the mouth, then driving shoulder first into a shield-bearing brute hard enough to hurl both against a railing that tore free and dropped the orc, screaming into a shell pit below. Brusque fought in his wake and no longer found himself thinking before killing. He fired, stamped, stabbed, shoved, moved. Bodies became obstacles to vault or knock aside. A catwalk crossing turned into a blade jam, where 3 orcs, 2 neophytes, and a Steel Legion grenadier died at distances so small their blood merged before it hit the grating. Elsewhere in the yard, the counterstroke rolled on with obscene breadth. Steel Legion tanks punched through the outer rail sidings. Crusade armor drove wedges into the foundry approaches. Artillery shifted forward in creeping walls. From the distant haze came the flash of Titan fire, and moments later, whole segments of the orc rear line erupted under impacts so vast that even the mech forts trembled. Dryle held the Crusade flank with less glory and more skill than any him would properly honor. The western push began to sag under concentrated battle wagon fire, and a rush of orc armor emerging from behind slag ridges. The initial bombardment had failed to fully scour. Dryle moved his command tank into the gap rather than yielding ground for a cleaner line. He did it knowing the danger, because the alternative was letting the flank fold inward and trap Voss's spearhead among the yards. Brusque saw the moment from an upper catwalk after carving through a knot of burner boys. Dryle's tank had taken a shell through the side plating and was belching oily smoke. One track hung ruined. The command vehicle still faced the enemy, guns working, while trucks and walkers tried to encircle it. Guardsmen were dismounting into a storm of fire to defend a hull that ought, by all sane doctrine, already have been abandoned. Then another impact struck. The tank lurched hard. Its top hatch burst open and Dryle was thrown half out, clinging to the rim with one hand while a third of the cupola burned beneath him. Brusque did not wait for order. He went over the catwalk rail, dropped to a lower gantry, then to a debris slope of hot scrap and spent shell casings, sliding half the distance on his greaves and the other half in a shower of sparks. Orc rounds snapped past him. One hammered his shoulder plate hard enough to spin him. He reached the command tank as a truck skidded into the wreck line ahead of it and disgorged a boarding mob. Dryle was still conscious, trying to pull himself fully clear, while flames licked around the hatch collar. Brusque seized him by cuirass and harness and dragged him bodily from the cupola a heartbeat before a secondary ammunition flare blew through the turret ring. Fire rolled over them both. The colonel hit the ground, coughing blood and ash. "On your feet," Brusque snarled, though one look told him the mortal would not rise fast enough. So he hauled Dryle with one arm and fired with the other, bolter bursts punching into the approaching borders until Dathan and 2 Steel Legion grenadiers hit from the flank and turned the rush into a blood-slicked tangle of limbs and iron. They got Dryle behind the burnt-out hull of a shell hauler. The colonel's rebreather was gone. Blood ran from one ear, yet his first words were not thanks. "The flank," he rasped. Brusque looked at him, then back toward the gun line. "Still held." Dryle gave one sharp nod, as if that sufficed for all matters of life and obligation between them. It did. Something bleak and durable settled there in its place. Not affection. Nothing so soft. Recognition. Further into the yard, Voss himself drove the center. A half-complete war engine, some savage walker bigger than a battle tank, and not yet worthy of the name Gargant, lurched from its assembly cradle to blunt the Crusade thrust. Its cannon arm was unfinished. Its head casing still hung open in parts. Yet it was large enough to crush tanks beneath its feet, and broad enough to serve as a mobile wall for the mobs behind it. It smashed one rhino flat with a downward blow, and sent the wreck spinning into a fuel trench. Voss charged it on foot. He went beneath the arc of its next strike with the confidence of a man who had long ago stopped permitting doubt. Bolter fire from his escort burst the bodyguards clustered around the walker's legs. Then the marshal mounted the machine itself, climbing up the armor plates through sparks and machine oil, driving his sword into a seam to gain purchase, while rounds and shrapnel burst around him. He reached the open pilot cradle as the war engine reeled and cut the Orc pilot out of its harness with one brutal two-handed stroke. The body came apart over the controls. The machine staggered, listed, and crashed sideways into a mound of scrap and corpses. Voss dropped from the falling hull and turned to the nearest crews. "Use it," he ordered. They obeyed at once. The burning wreck became an improvised barricade, molten metal and smashed pilot compartment forming a black-red wall behind which Black Templars and Steel Legion troops reformed to fire into the counterattack boiling toward them. Corpses, both green and human, were shoved into the gaps where needed. Nothing on Armageddon was too sacred or too obscene to become cover once death had stripped it of identity. For a time it seemed the counterstroke might do more than cripple the yards. Imperial armor had reached the assembly cores. Several giant crane towers were already collapsing in flame. Fuel reservoirs burned. One unfinished gargant leg section had toppled and crushed a whole mob beneath itself. If the momentum could be sustained a little longer, perhaps the Orc build line would break outright. Then Mogrok's Skullcrusher arrived. He came not from the rear, not from safe command depth, but through the smoke of a fresh breach in the mech yard's inner wall, leading a bodyguard of hulking knobs in heavy plate and trophy racks made from Imperial remains. Even before Brusque fully saw him, he felt the assault change. The greenskins around the war boss did not simply rush harder. They cohered. They drove toward one point with purpose, using their mass like a hammer guided by a single arm. Mogrok hit the Imperial center in a savage close-quarters mauling that stopped the advance dead. He smashed through the burning wreck Voss had made into a barricade, hurling molten scrap and dismembered corpses aside with blows from his crackling hammer. His bodyguard crashed in around him, boarding shields up, axes and power claws tearing into the defenders before firing lines could properly reset. Tanks could not help. The melee swallowed everyone too tightly. It became another of those Armageddon truths Brusque had learned to hate, wherein the grand movements of armies vanished in a heartbeat beneath the brutal intimacy of who could kill fastest within arm's reach. Cademan Gault saw the war boss, and the visions in him hardened into certainty. Brusque knew it by the way the sword brother went still for one impossible second amid the slaughter. The relic blade taken from the buried shrine hung in his grasp, dark metal lit by foundry flame. His face was no longer merely severe. It had taken on the look of a man who has finally encountered the shape long pursuing him through dream and omen. He stepped toward Mogrok with something like destiny in his eyes. Voss saw it too. "No," the marshal voxed with iron finality. Cademan did not stop. Voss's next command struck like a gauntlet to the throat. "You will obey. Break the charge line at the fuel trestles. The objective is the yard, not your omen." For an instant, Brusque thought Cademan might defy him. The possibility itself felt heretical. Yet whatever else now burned in the sword brother, Black Templar obedience still lay deeper. He turned from Mogrok by visible effort and drove instead with his squad toward the fuel trestles feeding the assembly line, where their destruction would gut the yard's remaining utility, even if the war boss himself walked free. The cost of that obedience was paid in blood at once. Mogrok's mauling attack broke the center's shape and forced Voss to commit reserves earlier than intended. The Imperial line no longer advanced in clean wedges. It clung, it hacked, it bled ground by paces and seized it back by corpses. Dathan fought half buried in knobs at one point, Chainsward chewing through armor joints, while Brusque and the neophytes stabbed and fired around him to keep sheer weight from dragging the initiate down. Drael, half concussed and spattered in his own blood, resumed command from a wrecked trackside loading tower and somehow kept his surviving tanks firing in support arcs rather than losing them piecemeal to the chaos. The fuel trestles blew under Cademan's charge. One section folded into the foundry lanes in a river of burning promethium. Another went up with such force that a crane tower toppled across the central assembly pit and crushed a line of shell haulers, orcs and human thralls together. Elsewhere, demolition teams managed to plant charges on loading rails and shell magazines before being cut down to the last man. Piece by piece, the yard ceased to function as a coherent war factory, yet it could not be consolidated. Every gain had been bought too deep in flesh. Armor losses mounted, ammunition ran low, new orc reserves boiled in from secondary approaches not fully blocked by the first assault. Voss read the truth when it was still ugly rather than fatal. He had crippled the yard. To hold the ground now would be to feed the greenskins a feast of elite dead. He ordered withdrawal. No one cheered. No one mistook it for defeat either. It was worse than either. It was Armageddon. The pullback became its own fighting retreat through burning foundries, broken shell lines, and scrap fields littered with the butchered remains of the counterstroke. Brusque helped drag a wounded sword brother onto a rhino hull already stacked with spent magazines and 3 dead neophytes. Darthan walked the final withdrawal ramp backward, firing controlled bursts into the smoke until his pistol ran dry, then covering the last embarkation with bolter taken from a fallen brother. Dryl's remaining tanks peeled back by sections, losing one more in the process when a hidden rocket battery found its mark. Voss was among the last to leave the inner yard, black armor washed in blood, not wholly his own. By the time the columns regained the protective guns of Gethsemane, they were diminished almost beyond recognition. But the gargant assembly yards burned, great cranes collapsed in the distance, fuel fires climbed into the black sky. The silhouette of at least one unfinished war engine lay broken among the wreckage. The strategic relief brought by that ruin would keep pressure from the basilica, perhaps from the whole sector, for a little longer. The Black Templars returned blood-soaked, smoke-blackened, and carrying fewer banners than they had marched out with. Victorious, in the only way Armageddon seemed willing to define the word. Cademan Galt did not fall in battle. That, more than anything, unnerved those who saw him fail. He had returned from the counterstroke on his feet, and drenched in the blood of yard fighting, his armor black with soot, and his face made older by whatever had looked out through him when he turned from Mogrock Skullcrusher at Voss's command. He had spoken little on the withdrawal. He had not sought the chirurgeons before, others. He had borne the relic sword from the buried shrine, as if it weighed nothing and everything together. Then, in the reclusiam, before the black altar and the candles guttering in the draught of shell-shaken walls, he had simply stopped. Brusque Gallen was there with Dathan Crail, delivering salvaged weaponry and damaged oath parchments for resanctification. He saw Cademan pause before the altar, one hand still closed around the relic blade's grip. For a heartbeat, the sword brother seemed merely tired, though Astarte's fatigue seldom wore so naked a shape. Then the tension went out of him all at once, not in weakness, in surrender. His knees hit the stone. The sword point struck next with a hard, ringing note that echoed through the chamber like a struck bell. Dathan moved first, but Malcor was already there. The Reclusiarch crossed the nave in 3 strides, skull helm under one arm, Crozius in the other. He did not kneel. He stood over Cademan as the warrior bowed his head and breathed in ragged mechanical hitches through torn lips. "Speak," Malcor said. Cademan's answer did not sound like him. The voice came from his throat, yet it seemed to drag against the chamber walls from a greater distance, as if some larger resonance had chosen his flesh for a momentary instrument. It was not the voice of possession, not the shrieking obscenity of the warp. It was too cold for that, too severe, a blade of sound rather than a howl. "The path is opened in ash," Cademan said, and later he would remember none of it. "The black cross walks through the fire. The beast waits where iron breaks. Blood names the ground. The hand is chosen." Brusque felt the words in his chest more than his ears. Dathan, who had mocked superstition and misread fear in men before killing it out of them, went utterly still. The candles nearest the altar guttered without wind. Somewhere beyond the reclusium walls, artillery shook dust from the high stone ribs, but inside the chamber all other war seemed for one instant very far away. Marshal Ramiel Voss entered before the last syllable had fully died. No herald announced him. He simply appeared at the reclusium threshold, with 2 sword brethren behind him, and the shadow of outer war still clinging to his armor. He had been summoned or had known on instinct. With Voss, the distinction rarely mattered. He heard the final words, looked once at Cademan, and then at Malcor. The silence between them lasted only a heartbeat. "The sign is plain," Malcor said. Voss inclined his head once, as to a verdict already accepted. "Then let the chapter bear witness. The Emperor has chosen his champion for this war." No one in the chamber mistook the declaration for triumph. It did not rise like celebration. It fell with the hard gravity of a stone lowered into a grave. A choice had been made, not by any mortal voice present. That made it heavier, not lighter. Cademan lifted his head slowly. The altar. Resonance was gone. He looked from Malcor to Voss, and for the first time since Brusque had known him, he seemed almost uncertain. "My Lord Marshal," he said, "I do not deny what is not yours to refuse," Malcor cut in. Cademan looked down at the relic blade in his hand, as if seeing it properly for the first time. "I remember entering the chamber. I remember the altar. Then nothing." "You are not required to remember the strike of the hammer," said Voss, "only to become the blade it has shaped." Word spread through Gethsemane with the speed of fear and fire. The Emperor's champion had been named. The Black Cross would be carried in single purpose against the enemy's chosen strength. Some men fell to their knees when they heard it. Others crossed themselves with shaking hands. A few of the Steel Legion merely stared, exhausted enough that even miracle felt like one more burden. Yet all understood that something grave had shifted in the basilica's heart. The arming took place in the forge nave before the furnace altars, where shell casings, devotional icons, and tank components were all still cast within the same holy heat. Work details were halted. Gun crews were rotated only as necessary. The wounded who could still stand came. The priests came. The sword brethren formed a silent black ring around the central stone. Even Dryle came, coat scorched, face hollowed by sleeplessness, because some instinct in him knew that to miss the ceremony would be to misunderstand the creatures with whom he was dying. Absolute silence ruled the hall. No exhortation, no recitation, no shouted catechism. Only the furnace roar and the click of armor seals and the soft hiss of censers bearing sacred smoke through the light. Cademan knelt bareheaded upon the black stone. Servitors stripped the worst of his damaged plate away. Artificers and chapter thralls brought forth the war gear reserved for the office. Black armor worked with older scars. And holier script, not cleaner than ordinary plate, but burdened with more memory. Each piece was presented first to Malcor, then to Voss, then fixed onto Cademan's body by practiced hands. The breastplate came with the black cross over the heart, burnished in old obsidian lacquer and marked with devotional scoring from former wars. The pauldrons bore parchment seals so numerous they hung in layered sheaves. Greaves etched with names no living man in the basilica could have spoken, from memory, were locked over his shins. Armored gauntlets were fitted. Chains were wrapped about his wrists in the ancient fashion of oath-bound crusaders. Purity seals were pressed to every major joint, and over the rent in his side where the mega-armored brute aboard the Orc ship had laid him open. Sensors swung, smoke rose, wax and blood and machine oil mingled in the heat. At last, Malkor lifted the relic blade taken from the shrine below Gethsemane. The sword seemed darker in the furnace light, as though it drank the glow rather than reflected it. Its fuller bore the black cross, an old script almost lost beneath age. Malkor rested the blade across both palms and held it before Cademan's bowed head. "Receive the burden," he said. Cademan raised both hands and took the weapon. Not one voice in the hall moved. Yet Brusque felt the whole chamber lean inward around that act. It was then he understood something he had only dimly sensed before. The Black Templars did not merely wage war. They created meaning inside it as they fought. They did not wait for chroniclers, iterators, priests, or distant administratum archivists to turn bloodshed into legend. They mythologized themselves while standing knee-deep in the dead. The oath, the relic, the chosen warrior, the furnace altar, the silence, all of it forged immediacy into memory before memory had even settled. They did not survive war and then speak of glory. They dragged glory, stripped and bleeding, out of war's mouth, while still inside the beast. That realization frightened Brusque more than any sermon had. Nearby, Drail stood among the human officers and did not hide what he felt as well as he might once have done. He had seen the Black Templars butcher civilians to keep a line clean. He had seen them burn their own wounded in necessity and call the act by its proper name. He had seen their mercy shrink to a knife edge so fine it was almost indistinguishable from cruelty. Yet now, in the forge nave, watching those same monsters kneel in perfect stillness before a thing beyond themselves, he understood another part of the Imperium's survival. It endured, not because all its weapons were righteous. It endured because some of its worst weapons still bent the knee in the correct direction. When the arming was complete, Voss stepped forward and placed one gauntlet on Cademan's shoulder. "You know what this office asks." Cademan rose. In the full warplate of the champion, with the relic, blade in hand and parchment stirring around him in the furnace wind, he seemed at once more singular and less a man than before. Yet there was no rapture in his face, no joy, no ecstasy at divine recognition, only purpose. "Yes," he said. "What do you require?" Cademan did not ask for blessing, retainers, or time. He did not ask whether the signs had been interpreted correctly, nor whether he might fail and shame the office. He looked directly at the marshal and asked only, "Where is the enemy's strongest point?" Voss's expression altered by the width of a blade. Approval, perhaps, or only certainty confirmed. "Mogrok's school crusher," he said. "His bodyguard, his chosen pressure against the walls. Break him, and the horde will remember what it is without a hand to guide it." There it was, the final shape of Gethsemane's defense, rebuilt not around endurance alone, but around culmination. Hold the basilica, break Mogrok, let the Orc horde devour itself in. Disorder, once leadership, became carcass. The enemy felt that pressure gathering, if not the exact form it would take. The next bombardment cycle came harder than any previous one. Shells screamed out of the ash and tore at the outer transepts with the patient fury of a god striking a cathedral for personal insult. One tower vanished in a curtain of black stone and sand statues. The western transept roof split from nave to parapet and collapsed in sections, exposing prayer galleries, shell hoists, and screaming work crews to the sick sky beyond. Whole stretches of the sacred district were suddenly open to the heavens, if Armageddon's smoke-choked vault of ash and fire could still be called heaven at all. Rain of dust and hot debris poured through once consecrated air. The defenders repositioned under it without complaint, because complaint had long since become a useless instinct. Dathan Krael took position at a boarding tower breach where Orc siege engines had managed to slam a hooked assault scaffold against the broken flank of the outer wall. Greenskins came up it in roaring files, climbing through smoke and shell dust toward the opening. Dathan met them with the same economy he had carried through tunnels, walls, and moving armor. He shot the lead climber through the mouth, cut the second across the collar, kicked the third backward off the scaffold, and held the breach, while Brusque and the others reloaded from the shattered munitions chest behind him. Then a power claw reached through the smoke. It did not take Dathan's life. It took his left arm. The claw sheared through ceramite at the upper arm in a burst of sparks, blood, and mangled cabling. The severed limb spun away into the opening, trailing dark arterial spray. The force of it would have knocked a mortal insensible. Dathan merely staggered, drove his pistol into the Orc's face with his remaining hand, and fired until the head became slurry. Brusque shouted and lunged forward. Dathan checked, him with a single look so murderous it carried command even through shock. "Seal it," the initiate growled. A medici seal pouch was slapped into the stump. Dathan himself bit the tube cap loose, jammed coagulant foam into the ruin, then used a combat blade and his own teeth to cinch a tourniquet lock around the ragged upper socket. Blood hissed over the hot metal at his feet. By all right, he should have been pulled rearward to the chirurgeons. Instead, he bent, recovered his chainsword with his remaining hand, and returned to the breach before the blood on the stones had cooled. Brusque stared for one heartbeat too long. Dathan saw and bared his teeth through the ruin of his face. Less awe, more killing. So they killed. When the bombardment eased into its next pause, the dawnless false light of Armageddon had crept into the ruins, not clean or hopeful, only a paler contamination of the ash dark. Smoke moved across the shattered transept mouths. The sky above the open district looked like old wounds lit from within. The forward breach, where broken masonry, dead greenskins, and pulverized saints had become one common ground, lay briefly empty of immediate assault. Into that briefness, Cademan walked. He went alone to the foremost rubble line, black plate newly consecrated and already powdered with fresh dust, parchment seals stirring in the bitter wind. He planted the relic sword point down amid shattered stone and wrecked bodies, and stood with both hands resting on the hilt. No triumph attended him, no choir, no shouted acclaim. Shells still fell in the outer districts. Gunfire still muttered from the farther walls. Somewhere within the basilica, men screamed for stretcher teams and more ammunition. The war had not paused to admire its chosen figure, yet there he stood at the breach in the false dawn, a solitary black cross shape against the broken light, while rubble dust drifted around his greaves and the artillery glare flashed red through. The smoke behind him. Those who saw him did not speak. They did not need to. Armageddon itself seemed to draw one long breath before the next slaughter began. False dawn came to Gethsemane as a thin pallor behind smoke, and with it came the greatest assault, yet hurled against the basilica. No trumpet marked its beginning. No singular shell or siren or shouted warning could claim the first moment of it, because it began everywhere at once. Greenskins came across every avenue, breach, roofline, tunnel mouth, drainage cut, transit span, loading ramp, shell yard, hab stack, furnace gallery, and collapsed rail throat in numbers so gross that counting them ceased to have meaning. They flooded from the ash beyond the walls and from the underways beneath them. They climbed shattered transepts on hooks and ladders. They burst from blasted manufactorum shells within districts thought cleansed. They poured down through roof breaches created by the night's bombardment. They swarmed through maintenance culverts, over dead barricades, through burning shell depots, and across the wreckage of their own earlier assaults. The district became a mouthful of teeth, and every tooth was biting. Millions fled. Millions died. Millions more never even understood where the battle's true decisions were being made. They stumbled through alleys choked with debris, dragged children-sized ration sacks and Saint fragments and water tins through side streets already being shelled, cowered beneath loading cranes, prayed in medici vaults, burned in hab fires, suffocated in tunnel collapses, or vanished in stampedes they had neither caused nor survived. They never saw the strategium hololiths flickering in command crypts. They never heard the clipped exchanges over encrypted vox nets, where districts were measured in ammunition flow and acceptable loss. Their survival, if it came at all, was being decided by men in black plate, men in grey greatcoats, and men already dead whose names still governed the living through doctrine and example. Armageddon had never belonged to its people in time of war. It belonged to the lines that consumed them. The first breach came through the western collapsed rail station, where Black Templars had turned commuter platforms and freight tunnels into improvised redoubts. Orcs blew through the station mouth behind a looted drilling vehicle and poured across shattered ticket halls and rusting track pits under clouds of dust and concrete powder. Before they could spread, a squad of sword brethren countercharged from the station chapel built into the wall of the old concourse, black tabards snapping, chains wards howling, bolters firing from the hip as they descended the broken marble steps through incense and shell smoke. They turned platform lanes into butchery in moments, bodies piling against devotional kiosks and under ruined departure signs. It was a massacre, righteous and intimate. It did not stop the tide. Elsewhere, Manufactorum, levels held for minutes at a time under similar miracles of violence. In one shell press hall, Dathan Krail led a one-arm charge through falling sparks and hanging conveyor chains, killing with pistol and chainsword so brutally that a whole mob of greenskins recoiled from the sight of him and died for it when the neophytes hit their flanks. In a collapsed hab arcade, Steel Legion survivors fought room to room with bayonet, las fire, entrenching shovel and grenade, reducing every doorway to a grave mouth and every stairwell to a chute full of spent casings and blood. In an upper cloister overlooking the shell lifts, Malkor's Chosen held an assault ladder point until the wall itself gave way beneath them and took defenders and attackers alike into the burning street below. All across the district, localized victories bloomed and died. Chapels were retaken, gantries were held, tank pits became killing grounds, transit spans were cleared with fire and then re-lost beneath the next wave. The Black Templars did what they had always done best. They countercharged from impossible positions and made the enemy pay a butcher's price for every yard. Still, the larger assault came on. Steel Legion formations, once regiments, were now reduced to skeleton companies stitched together from survivors, reserve crews, medici convalescents, shell haulers pressed into rifles, and the last disciplined hardcore of old war hands who had forgotten how to retreat because Armageddon had never taught them. They fought beside the crusade in rooms that had once stored devotional icons and now stored the dead, in shell sorting bays, along furnace catwalks, behind overturned tank tracks, in schoolhouse cloisters, among ration silos and smashed rail engines. Officers who had once moved markers across maps now fought with carbines in one hand and vox beads in the other. Sergeant Major and line private alike vanished into one common ruin. Ranks died, functions remained. Brusque Gallen fought in the midst of that collapse and found no part of himself left to be surprised by it. He had been running for hours from one pressure point to the next, not in panic, but in response. One-armed Dathan always near him, always somehow ahead, his missing limb transformed from wound into fact with the pitiless speed of Astartes' adaptation. They had cleared 3 lower furnace lanes, burned a tunnel mouth, shot collaborators out of a cistern gallery, and held a shell lift throat until the lift was too slick with blood to use. When the call came for reinforcement in the eastern Manufactorum court, Brusque reached the place with his breathing steady and his thoughts narrowed to angles, targets, distances, ammunition, cover. A knob met him there. It crashed through a prayer wall into the smoke, bigger than the others, clad in slab armor welded from tank track and boilerplate, one tusk ringed in gold wire, a heavy cleaver clenched in one fist and a shooter in the other. It had already killed 2 Steel Legion troopers and opened a neophyte from neck to sternum before Brusque saw it clearly. The creature roared and came straight at him across a floor striped with blood, shattered icons, and fallen shell crates. There was no time to call Dathan, no room to yield. Brusque shot it once through the chest and saw the round detonate uselessly in thick armor and thicker meat. He shifted left before the return fire began and let the knob's first burst chew up the shell rack behind him instead of his torso. He closed while it still expected retreat. The cleaver came down. Brusque jammed the rising edge aside on his forearm plate and felt the impact shudder to the shoulder. He drove his combat blade into the creature's armpit seam and buried it to the hilt. The knob bellowed and backhanded him hard enough to throw him against a shell cradle. Brusque rose before the pain could become thought. The creature came again. He fired into its knee. The joint burst. It stumbled. He stepped inside the downward sweep of the cleaver and rammed his bolter muzzle under the thing's jaw. The shot blew the top of the head away in a fountain of gore, teeth, black blood, and hot fragments of skull. The body remained standing for a heartbeat longer, as if sheer malice might animate it past death, then toppled forward and nearly pinned him under its weight. Brusque shoved the corpse aside and stood over it, waiting for something that did not come. No triumph, no savage joy, no exultation, only a dead hard clarity. The target had existed. He had killed it. The space it occupied was now open for the next necessity. Dathan, arriving a moment later through smoke and las flash, saw the corpse, saw Brusque's stillness, and gave him a look as flat and cold as old iron. "There," the initiate said. "Now you begin to understand." The words should have chilled him. Instead, they merely settled into place. Malcor turned every surviving speaker array in the district into a weapon, not a voice of comfort. Never that. The Reclusiarch moved through command relays, chapel vox nodes, loading yard amplifiers, bastion trumpets, shell station public address systems, and medikey warning speakers, taking control of whatever still functioned and binding them into one network of command doctrine. His voice rolled over the district in iron peals. Sometimes it was prayer, sometimes target instruction, sometimes names of districts to abandon, sometimes coordinates for countercharges, sometimes condemnation. Always it struck with the same unanswerable force. Third shell court, seal the south doors and burn the passage. West transept, advance now or die where you cower. Loader crews, the guns are holier than your exhaustion. Steel Legion at the cistern lane, hold 10 breaths longer and you buy the line another hour. Those beneath the fallen station vault, you are not trapped, you are stationed. The effect was monstrous and effective. His prayers were commands. His commands were prayers. Men obeyed because on Armageddon, obedience had become indistinguishable from survival, and because there was something in his voice that made disobedience feel already judged. Even so, the pressure mounted beyond all ordinary holding capacity. Reports bled in from lower districts beneath Gethsemane's western shoulder, 3 connected hab industrial sectors whose reactor feeds and transit arteries formed the lesser approach routes into the basilica core. If the greenskins held those routes intact, they would pour armor and mobs directly into the inner precincts. If the routes were denied, tens of thousands of civilians and work crews still trapped within would be cut off with them. Voss studied the projections for less than a minute. "Detonate the feeds," he said. The command vault went still. Dryle heard the order and closed his eyes once in a motion so brief it almost resembled a blink. There are populations still, inside all 3 lower districts. There are routes to the core inside them, Voss answered. Evacuation is incomplete. It is now irrelevant. Dryle's voice went harsh. You are killing tens of thousands of Imperial souls. Voss turned from the hololith. I am denying the enemy 3 mouths into the heart. There was no time for anything nobler than argument. The assault was already climbing the inner walls. Vox channels were dying by the second. Malcor's voice still thundered from the speakers. Men were burning 2 levels up. Still, Drell stood his ground. The political cost of this. Politics die first in sieges, Voss said. Then the weak, then the slow. Detonate them. The order went. Reactor feeds in the lower districts overloaded in sequence. Through the shattered wall of the command tower, Brusque, standing with a ready squad for redeployment, saw the westward horizon of the district convulse. First came a bloom of white under the habstacks. Then a line of rising orange-red fire raced block to block beneath the city skin. Towers folded inward as power lines burst and sub-levels erupted. Transit arches collapsed into glowing chasms. Whole streets vanished in cascading detonations that swallowed structures, people, machines, shrines, vehicles, prayers, all alike. Tens of thousands died in the space of those minutes, and with them, the access routes the Orcs had sought. The cost was monstrous. The gain was time. Inner defense lines reformed, while the enemy recoiled from the sudden inferno, or was forced to route around it through narrower, bloodier approaches. Work gangs and stretcher teams were pulled back behind fresh barricades. Steel Legion remnants pivoted into new room-to-room kill boxes. Black Templars redeployed by sprint, and Rhino burst where there had been only certain death moments before. No one called it mercy. No one sane called it victory. Yet the line lived a little longer, and on Armageddon. That was enough to justify horrors by the minute. Then Mogorok's Skull Crusher came for the center. The war boss crashed into the central avenue with his elite mobs like a siege ram given flesh. He did not slink through side lanes or hide behind waves of expendable bodies. He came at the fore of the assault, hammer raised, armor layered thick as a vehicle hull, trophy racks clattering, each stride dragging the greenskins behind him forward by sheer monstrous will. Nob bodyguards surrounded him in close wedges, storming through fire, over corpses, through rubble and shell bursts, too disciplined by Orc standards and too murderous by any honest standard. The avenue itself had once been a processional road between the furnace nave and the lower shrine manufactorums, broad enough for shell carriers and war processions both. Now it was a canyon of burning wrecks, collapsed stone, dead civilians, split tank hulls, shattered saints, and blackened tram lines. It had already changed hands twice that day. Under Mogorok's arrival, it ceased to be an avenue and became a throat in which the district's fate lodged. Steel Legion guns opened first and were overrun or buried by the sheer weight of bodies. Black Templars countercharged from chapel doors, loading galleries, shell vaults, and the broken mouths of side cloisters. Brusque fought with Dathan in the lee of an overturned carrier, while Malcor's voice shook the broken glass in the archways overhead. Cademan was somewhere to the rear, or so Brusque believed, until he felt something in the avenue's atmosphere change. Mogorok smashed a squad of guardsmen aside with one sweep of his hammer and climbed the wreck of a transport to roar over the carnage. His bodyguards surged around him, hacking into defenders, dragging the mass of the horde forward through intimidation, frenzy, and the ugly charisma only the biggest killers of their breed possessed. Every localized defense the Imperials mustered risked being smothered by the war boss's presence before it could become an anchor. "Champion!" Voss voxed, and though he did not shout, the command cut through the net like an execution order. Brusque turned. Cademan stepped into the avenue. He came through furnace smoke and drifting masonry dust, with the relic sword in both hands and the black plate of his office already streaked with new blood. Parchment seals snapped at his armor in the hot wind. His face was set beyond wrath. The whole district seemed to draw tight around that movement. Shells still fell in the outer streets, men still screamed, guns still fired from roof lines and broken windows, yet in the central avenue itself, There came a pause so sharp it felt like the burning city had held its breath. Cademan walked forward to meet Mogrok's Skullcrusher, and for one suspended heartbeat, amid the ruin of Armageddon, everything waited. Cademan did not announce himself. He stepped into the central avenue through furnace smoke and drifting dust, with the relic blade low in both hands, black plate dark with blood and ash, parchment seals snapping in the hot wind from the burning districts beyond. Around him the battle still raged, without any regard for omen or office. Last fire cut between shattered archways. Orcs screamed from the shell wrecks. Steel Legion troopers died in knots around burned carriers and broken shrine steps. The whole avenue was a gorge of fire-lit ruin, where no man was granted room enough for ceremony. Mogrok's Skullcrusher saw him anyway. The war boss stood atop the crushed hull of a munitions hauler, bigger than any beast in the district had the right to be, his armor layered in slabs of tank plate and cathedral scrap, his hammer head crackling with stolen power and old blood. Trophy chains rattled from his shoulders, black cross tabards and broken helms clacking together over the butcher's bulk of him. He threw back his head and roared in challenge so loud it cut through the gunfire and reached the higher ruins, where the wounded hid from shelling. Cademan answered by closing the distance. Mogrok came down from the wreck like a falling idol, boots crushing corpse and masonry alike. The first blow of the hammer split the paving, where Cademan had stood a heartbeat before, spraying stone shards and pulped human remains in all directions. Cademan stepped inside the backwash and cut. The relic blade took the war boss across the ribs, where a lesser weapon would have glanced away. Sparks burst. Iron screamed. A seam in the slab armor opened, and black blood sheeted down the brute's side. It was the first wound Mogrok had taken in that avenue, and the sight of it seemed to enrage every orc within view. The duel did not become a circle of watching killers and respectful silence. Armageddon had no patience for such luxuries. Greenskins still surged around their war boss, hurling themselves forward in shrieking mobs. Guardsmen and Black Templars fought in and through the space around the combatants, because if they stopped, even to witness the meeting of champions, they would die under the weight of the next assault. Orc bodies crashed into Steel Legion firing knots. Burner jets washed the lower walls. A shell burst somewhere above, sent showering glass and stone over the avenue. The duel was merely one more center of gravity in a district already collapsing under too many of them. Voss saw the danger at once. If Mogrok's bodyguard was permitted to close around the war boss, Cademan would disappear beneath a mountain of iron and meat before destiny or office could matter. Flank them, the marshal voxed. Split the guard. Give the champion air enough to kill. Black Templars moved at once. From broken chapel doors, shell vault mouths, and half-collapsed cloisters, they struck the war boss's escort in a simultaneous surge of chain blades and bolter fire. Sword brethren slammed into shield-bearing knobs at close range. Initiates climbed wreckage piles to fire, down into packed greenskin ranks. Steel Legion survivors added their own last fire from every cracked arch and window slit still held. It did not stop the larger battle. It carved only brief spaces in it, narrow and bloody as knife cuts. But for seconds at a time, those seconds mattered more than ground. Brusque Gallen was dragged into one such space by Dathan Krail. The one-armed initiate fought as though the loss of his limb had only simplified his choices. Chainsword in the right hand. Pistol mag clamped at the hip for the nearest necessary draw. No balance wasted in reaching for what no longer existed. He drove into the melee at Mogrok's flank, with Brusque in his wake, and a handful of neophytes already reduced to killers by repetition. "Do not give ground to impact," Dathan snarled over the squad channel as a knob crashed into their line with an iron plate shield and a hooked axe. "Recoil is for the dying." The axe swept toward Brusque's helm. Instinct screamed for retreat. Dathan slammed shoulder first into him from the side, driving him inward instead of back, and the blade whistled harmlessly behind where his head had been. Brusque fired point blank into the knob's exposed throat and felt hot blood and blackened phlegm burst across his faceplate. "There!" Dathan barked, already cutting another orc open from groin to sternum. "You survive by refusing the lie your flesh tells you." That lesson became immediate truth all around them. Every instinct in Brusque still wanted space, breath, angle, relief. None existed. The avenue was too crowded with the dead and those about to join them. Astartes survived by going harder into the collision instead of away from it, by denying the enemy the leverage of fear, by making even impact itself another route to murder. Brusque learned it in bruised bone and close blood. He shoulder-checked a greenskin over a smashed St. Plinth and stabbed it through the eye as it fell. He jammed his bolter muzzle into a screaming face because there was no room to raise it properly. He stepped through the swing of a chain axe rather than offline from it, and when the axe bit his pauldron instead of his neck, he knew Dathan's cruelty had become instruction too deeply learned to leave. At the center, Cademan and Mogroch traded blows that would have killed lesser things outright. The war boss hit with impossible mass. Even when Cademan turned the hammer aside, the force of each impact rippled through his whole frame and drove him boot deep into broken paving. Cademan answered with speed and focus stripped of all ornament. The relic blade moved in hard, economical arcs, seeking joints, gaps, eyes, the throat beneath the tusked jawplate, the split seam he had opened in the first exchange. He cut Mogroch across the forearm and sheared loose one of the trophy chains. He took a slice from the warboss's cheek that exposed yellow tusk roots and black muscle, yet every wound seemed only to awaken more fury in the brute. Mogroch laughed through the blood. Then he caught Cademan. The hammer feinted low and came high with ugly cunning. Cademan turned to meet the wrong line by half a heartbeat. The blow took him in the side and hurled him bodily through the wall of a wayside shrine built into the avenue, smashing stone saints, incense braziers, and devotional alcoves into a cloud of rubble. The entire shrine front exploded inward with him. Dust and carved limbs and censers burst out over the street. A groan went through the line. Not despair, recognition. Faith did not negate mass, muscle, and armor. The Emperor's champion was still a body in the path of a war engine blow. Armageddon did not spare a chosen man the insult of physics. Mogroch roared triumph and tried to press forward into the fallen shrine to finish it, but Voss's flank assault bit harder in that instant. The marshal himself crashed into the war boss's nearest guard with sword and bolt pistol, killing the first knob with a thrust through the mouth and shooting the second through the eye slit as he ripped the blade free. Around him, his brethren drove with cold savagery to keep the bodyguard from sealing the ruin over their champion. The avenue convulsed under another artillery sequence. High above, one of the surviving cathedral spires took a direct hit. The tower had been cracked for days, its saint-crowned height held together by old iron and prayer more than sound engineering. The shell broke what remained of its will to stand. Brusque heard the fracture before he understood it, a monstrous internal groan deeper than any human cry. He looked up through smoke and saw the spire tilt. "Down," someone voxed, though there was no going down in that avenue, only choosing which death to face. The spire collapsed. Stone, bells, cent statues, buttress beams, stained glass, iron ribs, all of it came down into the central avenue in a single impossible cataract. It crushed friend and foe alike without preference. Orcs vanished under falling masonry. Steel Legion troopers were flattened where they stood firing. A Black Templar and a Nob disappeared together under a cathedral arch that turned them both into paste. The collapse threw up a mountain of dust, bodies, screaming wreckage, and pulverized sanctity that swallowed half the avenue in choking grey. Brusque lost Dathan in it, lost the sky, lost the line of battle. For a few heartbeats, there was only impact and darkness, and fragments of ruined men slamming into his armor. Something struck his helm hard enough to ring his skull. He came up half buried beneath broken stone and the legs of a dead orc, and clawed his way free into an atmosphere made of powdered saints and blood. Through that dust, engines came. Dryle committed his final tank reserve, not because some decisive armored breakthrough was suddenly possible, not for honor, not for dramatic reversal. He had held those last tanks back because once committed, there would be nothing left to answer the next crisis. Yet now the Avenue had become the crisis entire. If the war boss broke through this ruin, Gethsemane would die choking on its own sacred dust. So Dryle sent the reserve straight into the collapsed street. The first rush came grinding over rubble still full of the living, its tracks crushed statuary and corpses alike. The second followed with sponsons blazing into the dust, where orc forms appeared and vanished. One tank took a rocket in the frontal plate and kept moving anyway, the crew inside knowing they were not being spent for glory, but for seconds. Seconds were what Voss needed. Seconds were what Cademan needed. On Armageddon, seconds and men had long since become the same currency. Elsewhere in the wreck, warp light flared. A weird boy had survived long enough to reach the avenue edge with a knot of shrieking attendants, green fire guttering across its skull and down its staff in greasy lightning. It drew breath to vomit witch force into the dust-blind line and split the defenders open from within. Malcor reached it first. The Reclusiarch came through the rubble like a black-clad execution sentence, Crozius raised, parchment seals burning from the heat of nearby fires. The weird boy shrieked and unleashed a burst of green flame that rolled over Malcor's armor and turned the drifting dust around him into sickly emerald haze. He did not stop. He drove through the witchfire and smashed the Crozius into the orc's face with such force that the skull collapsed inward. The weapon head vanished to the haft in green fire, brains, bone splinters, and bursting eyes. Malcor wrenched it free, and the body folded in two directions at once, its attendants howling as psi energies ripped through them in sympathetic bursts of blood and ash. He kept chanting through the kill, every word a condemnation laid upon flesh too stupid to understand it. In the smashed shrine, Cademan stirred. He rose out of the ruin bloodied and, half blind, one eye drowned in red, the left side of his face striped with dust and cuts where sacred stone had bitten into him. The black plate of the champion was cracked. Parchment hung in burned tatters. He had lost something in that impact, not strength exactly, nor faith, but all the remnants of any self not wholly required by purpose. Brusque saw it when the dust thinned enough to reveal him. Whatever man had carried the visions, the doubts, the inward struggle, the burden of being chosen, had been burned down to a single imperative. He stepped back into the avenue with nothing left in him but the need to kill the war boss. Mogrok met him roaring, blood running from the wounds already dealt, hammer arcing up to break him a final time. Cademan did not slow. The first swing he evaded by instinct or providence. The second scraped his shoulder and tore away a slab of armor. The third he took on the relic blade itself, and the shock of it cracked old metal and drove him to one knee, in the blood and dust. The war boss raised the hammer overhead for the execution blow. Cademan rose into it. He came up from the kneel, with both hands on the hilt and all the remaining force of his gene-wrought body, office, oath, and emptied soul behind the strike. The relic blade bit through the open seam at Mogrok's neck, through black blood, vertebrae, tusk roots, old iron collaring, and out the far side in a single two-handed blow that took the war boss's head clear from his shoulders. At the same instant, the blade shattered. Ancient metal, burdened by age and force beyond what it had been kept to bear, broke in Cademan's hands as the cut completed. Fragments of the relic sword spun away into the dust with the severed head. Mogrok's body remained standing for one grotesque instant, hammer still half raised, blood pumping in thick black sheets from the ruined stump of the neck. Then it toppled backward and crushed two of its own bodyguards beneath it. Victory came not as triumph, but as ruin. The Emperor's champion stood over the headless corpse, gripping the broken remains of the relic blade, chest heaving, one eye blind with blood, his armor shattered in places, and his whole body covered in the ash of a collapsing district. Around him the avenue still burned, men still died, shells still struck the outer sectors. Gethsemane was not suddenly saved in clean, heroic lines, but the Orc line wavered. It happened first in the nearest bodies, a hitch, a hesitation, a sudden uncertainty where there had been only momentum. Then the wider mob felt it. Mogrok's skull crusher, the beast who had dragged them through fire and rubble by the authority of size and murder, lay headless in the avenue. His bodyguard was broken. His chosen pressure had spent itself into a corpse. Greenskins began to snarl at one another instead of only at the defenders. Some surged forward in revenge. Others stalled. Others turned in the first ugly motions of the infighting their breed. Remembered the moment a stronger hand left their throats. The hive around them still burned and collapsed. Towers fell. Fires spread. The wounded screamed under stone. Tank engines died in their own smoke. Yet beneath that greater ruin, in the avenue choked with saints and corpses, the enemy had finally remembered how close it always stood to devouring itself. And the defenders, blood-soaked and half-buried in the bones of their own city, saw the first fracture open in the green tide. Mogrok's Skullcrusher's death did not end the battle. It merely changed the direction in which the madness flowed. For a few precious moments after the war boss fell, the greenskins nearest his corpse lost all common purpose. Some hurled themselves toward the headless bulk in howling disbelief, as if size alone might force life back into it. Others turned immediately upon the loudest knob within reach, settling ancient questions of rank with axes, hammers, chain blades, and clawed fists. One mob began, tearing trophies from Mogrok's body, even as another opened fire on them from behind a collapsed tank hull. The fracture spread outward through the avenue in widening circles of filth and violence. Not a full collapse, not yet, but the first savage confusion that came when Orc obedience remembered it had only ever been fear-wearing temporary shape. Marshal Ramiel Voss did not waste a heartbeat admiring what Cademan had bought. Purge, he voxed. One word. Absolute. Purge this district before disorder hardens into a new line. Burn nests, kill stragglers, collapse what cannot be held. Nothing green draws breath within these blocks by next watch. The command ran through the crusade and the surviving Steel Legion like current through a frayed wire. Exhaustion had no authority over it. Men who had been fighting since false dawn rose from cover, dragged fresh magazines from the dead, and advanced again through smoke, rubble, and blood that had not yet cooled. The lavish counter-assault after Mogrok's death was uglier than the battle that birthed it. Victory in open collision had at least permitted the dignity of mutual visibility. Purge work had no such honesty. It was block by block, room by room, basement by basement. It was fungus nests found in undercrofts and put to the torch until the walls sweated boiling spores and grease. It was trapped commandos clawed out of lift shafts, drainage culverts, shell hoppers, and vent crawls, and hacked down before they could vanish back into the masonry. It was wounded orcs shot where they lay, because to leave them groaning was to leave them capable of murder when some fool turned his back. Black Templars led the worst of it, not because others lacked nerve, but because the chapter made extermination feel like liturgy, when lesser men still needed to argue with themselves about what mercy owed the enemy. Brus Gallen moved through the retaken district with Dath and Krail and a sweep detail of 3 remaining. Neophytes and 7 Steel Legion troopers under a sergeant old enough to have forgotten what softness had once been called. The one-armed initiate had lost blood enough to kill a normal man 5 times over. yet he strode through the ruined avenues as though missing flesh had become a minor accounting error. Coagulant seals blackened the stump at his shoulder. Blood had dried in layered maroon over his flank and waist. He neither complained nor gloried in it. The wound simply belonged to him now. They entered a hab block whose lower levels had been blasted open by shelling and found greenskins breeding fungus in the laundry cisterns. The place stank of wet rot, old detergent chemicals, and opened bodies. Pale fungal mats pulsed over the walls. Spores drifted in greasy clouds, where burst pipes hissed steam through the ruin. Orcs had used the flooded lower galleries as holding ground, feeding the growth with dead men and sump runoff. Dathan did not waste ammunition on the nests. He ordered promethium. The sweep team drenched the galleries and set them alight. The fire ran green for a moment before turning white. Heat shoved outward through the corridors in a wet blast, carrying burning spores, ruptured gills, and fragments of half-dissolved human remains that had been fed into the growth. Orc shapes hidden deeper in the chamber rose shrieking and were shot before they reached the stair. Brusque put a bolt through one creature's chest and saw half its torso burst apart in a spray of blazing fungus and black blood. The thing still tried to crawl toward him until Dathan stamped its head flat. They moved on. A shell depot annex held 3 commandos trapped behind a jammed blast shutter with 2 dead loader crews and enough stolen demolition cord to cut half a transept away if they had escaped. The Steel Legion sergeant wanted prisoners for interrogation. Dathan looked at the cramped chamber. The dead men slit open to the pelvis for the amusement of their killers, and fired through the shutter seam until the screaming ended. Then he ordered the bodies burned in place. Another street had to be cleared after Orc survivors barricaded themselves in a manufactorum schoolhouse, where children of the worker castes had once been taught shell tallying and devotional arithmetic. Desks, prayer boards, and half-charred teaching slates became cover. Brusque killed a wounded greenskin, trying to play dead among little tables crusted with old blood and fresh plaster dust. He felt nothing except the mechanical certainty that he had checked the angle correctly. The purge ate the day. By the time the lower blocks were secure enough for demolition teams to do their work, the district had become a geography of necessary obscenities. Corpses piled at intersections where sweep details had no carts left to spare. Burned-out fungus pits vented greasy smoke into the open sky. Chimneys of old hab towers leaned over avenues littered with the ruptured husks of armor and the uncollected dead. Every standing wall seemed to hold either bullet scars, devotional carvings, or blood. Often all 3. Then came the order Brusque had not wanted, though by then wanting had very little place left in him. The western demolition line was being prepared to collapse a row of sublevels beneath a shrine manufactorum whose foundations had been too badly compromised by tunneling and fire to leave standing. Orcs had been cleared from the structure, but not everyone inside could be brought out before the charges were set. Some wounded guardsmen lay in chambers too deep, too unstable, or too choked with rubble to evacuate in the time remaining. The chirurgeons had already made what salvage they could. The rest would be buried alive or burned when the floors went. The medical lieutenant who delivered the matter to Dathan did not meet Brusque's eyes. "Emperor's peace," the man said, "those beyond retrieval." Dathan looked to Brusque. The meaning was plain. Brusque descended into the manufactorum's lower triage rooms alone. The chambers had once housed icon presses and devotional mold racks. Now they were lined with the wounded on shell cradles, sheet metal, old conveyor belts dragged flat, anything that could hold a broken body a little farther from the dust. The air smelled of blood, antiseptic fumes, hot iron, bowel release, and the sweet sour edge of men already beginning to die in earnest. Some of the wounded knew why he had come. Others only heard the charges being emplaced above and understood enough. One man with half his face missing tried to salute, and could not lift the arm far enough. Another asked whether the line had held. Brusque answered yes, because in that place the truth required no embellishment. A third had lost both legs above the knee and wept without sound, too emptied even for full voice. He administered the Emperor's peace one by one, a bolt round through the forehead for those whose skulls still offered such mercy, a combat blade under the jaw for those too close and too fragile for the explosive violence of a gun, a hand over the mouth of one man who thrashed in terror while the blade found his heart, because the room was small and panic spread faster than calm. Brusque did not rush. He did not pray aloud. He did not lie to them. When asked, he said only, "The line holds. You have done enough." By the last body, his hands were steady. When he climbed back out into the smoke and setting ashlight, the charges went behind him, and the manufactorum folded in on itself with a roar of collapsing stone and prayer script. Brusque watched it sink and knew something had closed inside him. Not joy, not cruelty, not even acceptance. A distance, the final span between youth and what the chapter required. There had been a boy once who recoiled at necessary murder. That creature was gone now, buried under the same ruin as the men he had blessed into death. Dathan stood waiting in the dust. Brusque met his gaze. No words passed between them. None were needed. The initiate saw the change and did not insult it with praise. Colonel Stefan Dreil spent the purge moving from reserve point to reserve point through a district that no longer resembled a human city in any sane sense. What remained of his command fought with whatever shape the hours allowed, sometimes tank crews firing from static hulls because the engines had died, sometimes skeleton squads clearing rooms with borrowed shotguns and knives, sometimes loader gangs turned stretcher parties under artillery threat. He had watched the Black Templars throughout the campaign with a mortal commander's mixture of gratitude, disgust, envy, and strategic dependence. Only now, amid the retaking of the broken district, did he fully understand the nature of the thing. They were not noble guardians. That was the lie lesser worlds told themselves about angels of death when the sky had not yet split open above them. They were the weapon used when ordinary men were no longer enough. Not the banner for parades, not the protector's schoolchildren painted on chapel walls. The weapon, the last steel drawn when the arithmetic of survival had become so monstrous that only creatures shaped to enact it without spiritual collapse could still function within it. He saw Voss order the burning of a lower habwing because it might yet conceal spores. He saw Malcor walk through lines of collected dead, not in mourning, but in enumeration, recording each loss as obligation, name, station, place of fall, vengeance owed. The reclusiarch turned every death into future fuel, with the same pitiless care a quartermaster might apply to shell counts. Sorrow had no obvious place in him. Obligation did. Wrath did. Continuance did. He would remember every fallen brother, every guardsman who died under Black Templar command, every shell hauler buried in the walls, not to soften his heart, but to sharpen it against later need. Dreil watched that and understood why the Imperium endured while deserving, perhaps, not to. Cademan Gault did not join the purge. The Emperor's champion lived only because his gene-wrought body and the chapter's chirurgeons held him to the edge and not a pace beyond it. He lay in a reclusium side chamber turned emergency sanctum, armor cut away from his torso, chest strapped in seal bands dark with blood, one eye covered, the other bright and fever-clear, in a face gone deathly pale beneath soot. Sedatives had been prepared. He refused them. Brusque was sent to carry a casualty slate and found the champion awake. Cademan's voice had thinned from blood loss, but not from purpose. The shattered remnant of the relic blade lay beside him on black cloth, broken into 3 main lengths and several jagged splinters. He looked at Brusque, not as a superior reviewing a junior, but as a dying man making one final transfer of burden. "You killed those who could not be moved," Cademan said. It was not a question. Brusque answered with the same stripped truth he had given the doomed below. "Yes." Cademan shut his eye for one slow breath, whether in approval, pain, or memory Brusque could not tell. When it opened again, the gaze was hard despite the fever in it. "Then hear this before the drugs take me, or death does. Zeal without endurance is only noise." Brusque remained still. The champion's hand, bandaged and dark with drying blood, tightened on the bedding once. Any fool can hate loudly. Any child can swear slaughter in the first heat of battle. Endurance is what makes a crusader. Endurance when the walls fall. Endurance when mercy costs too much. Endurance when the war continues, after the thing you thought would end it lies headless in the street. His breath hitched. He forced it level again through sheer will. "Remember that." Brusque bowed his head. "I will." That was the last coherent counsel Cademan gave before the chirurgeons overruled. His pride and bound sedation into his veins by order of Malkor himself. Wider reports reached Voss as the district stabilization continued. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka still lived. Other fronts still burned. Entire sectors beyond Gethsemane had been abandoned, retaken, or were too contested for the words to matter. Hives far from the basilica continued to die by degrees under pressure too vast for any local victory to relieve. Armageddon had not been saved. It had merely been denied, here, for a little while longer, to the enemy most immediately clawing at its throat. Voss received the report standing atop the shell-clogged remains of a transit platform, while fires guttered along the avenue where Mogrok had died. He did not look disappointed. He looked confirmed. This was what war on Armageddon was. Not a single decisive triumph. Not a chapter-ending purity of deliverance. Only denial. Delay. Blood-bought time. Time spent lives. Lives purchased the right to make the same bargain. Again, one district over. By the final light of that long day, the district was retaken. Nothing about it resembled restoration. Ruptured armor lay half sunk in dust, made partly from stone and partly from men. Broken shrines leaned over avenues clogged with tank hulks, shell cases, snapped axles, and the dead compacted under repeated movement into the ground itself. Human remains had been ground into the paving by tracks, boots, collapses, and retrieval crews until they existed as stains, fragments, and the greasy dark mud clinging to the tread of the living. Walls that still stood were flayed open to the sky. The furnaces burned on because they had been built to burn through ruin, but their light now fell over something less like a city than a butcher's yard consecrated by artillery. At twilight, if the darkening of Armageddon's ash-choked heavens could still be granted that name, the black cross banner was raised again. It went up over ruins that no longer resembled a city. The cloth snapped in the furnace wind above a wilderness of smashed stone, shattered icons, burned-out tanks, and dead too numerous to honor individually before the next war demanded its due. Steel Legion survivors looked up from the work of stacking bodies and refilling magazines. Black Templars paused only long enough to see the symbol caught and held by the hot air. Malkor recorded names. Dathan rearmed one-handed. Brusque watched the banner climb and understood that no clean victory would ever come to this place. Yet the Black Cross still flew. For that hour, on that ground, over that graveyard, it was enough. The siege broke without ending. That was the first truth of victory on Armageddon, and perhaps the only one worth trusting. Gethsemane still stood. The central avenue where Mogrok Skullcrusher had died remained in Imperial hands. The outer pressure that had nearly split the Forge Basilica from transept to crypt had slackened under the ruin of the Gargant yards. The death of the war boss, and the purge that followed. Gun decks still fired, shell trains still ran, though half their rails were bent or buried. Furnace hearts still throbbed beneath cracked vaults. The Black Cross still flew above a district torn so badly open that the sky itself looked ashamed to gaze upon it. Yet no man who had survived the campaign's last hours mistook survival for clean deliverance. The losses were too broad for that lie. At squad level, whole combat files had vanished into wall collapses, boarding fires, tunnel cave-ins, and avenue slaughter. Sword brethren who had crossed half the stars beneath crusade banners were now names in Malcor's blood-bound ledger and gene seed canisters sealed for return to the chapter's vaults. Initiates lay in rows under tarp and ash, with their weapons on their chests, and their wounds too grievous for any art to beautify. Neophytes, who had begun the war with hot blood and unfinished rage, had ended as corpse meat in breach dust, or as colder things still walking. At the scale below that, the losses became too numerous for proper grief. Steel Legion companies had thinned into knots of men, commanded by sergeants who no longer remembered the sound of full platoon roll call. Loader crews were gone. Medici halls were gone. Whole Hab populations had been burned behind Voss's orders or crushed under the cost of denying avenues to the enemy. Tens of thousands had died without ever holding a weapon, and millions beyond Gethsemane still bled across Armageddon's other fronts, while this district tried to believe itself reprieved. Victory there was partial, ugly, and drowned in arithmetic no honest man would call holy. Cademan Gault died before the next dark cycle ended. He did not die in the avenue with the war boss's blood still pumping over him, though many had assumed he would. He did not die raving in prophecy or clinging to the broken relic blade, as though desperate to preserve the office that had consumed him. The chapter's chirurgeons bought him a little time, enough for breath, lucidity, and the hard dignity he required, before surrendering what remained. Bruce Gallan was present when the Emperor's champion asked for Voss and Malcor. The chamber set aside for him had once been a side chapel where shell casings for the outer guns were blessed before loading. The altar had been stripped down to a Medicae slab. The walls were scorched. Candles burned low in shell craters hammered into the stone where proper holders had shattered. Through the cracked arch above the chamber, mouth came the distant labor of a district trying to make itself ready for the next war before this one had even finished stinking. Cademan lay amid bandages, seal strips, and sacred oils gone dark with blood. He had diminished physically, but not in presence. One eye remained covered. The other watched the chamber with the exhausted severity of a man already beyond pain because something larger had taken its place. The broken relic blade rested across black cloth at his side. When Voss entered, followed by Malcor and Brusque, Cademan turned his head with visible effort and placed his hand upon the shattered weapon. "This was never mine," he said. His voice was thin, but no weakness lived in it. Malcor stepped forward and received the blade fragments first, as liturgy required. He passed them then to Voss, who accepted them not as trophies, but as burden. "The office is fulfilled," Voss said. "No," Cademan answered after a breath that seemed to cost him. "Only interrupted. Armageddon interrupts everything." There was almost a smile in that, though too much blood had left him for the expression to fully form. He looked then to Brusque, perhaps because the neophyte had stood in the avenue, perhaps because he had delivered death where duty required it below the manufactorum, perhaps because war had already chosen him for future use, and Cademan, dying, could now see it more clearly than the living liked. "Do not chase glory," the champion said. "Endure longer than it." Brusque bowed his head and found he could not answer immediately. When he did, his voice came rough through the smoke-thick air. "I will remember." Cademan's eye shifted to Malcor then, and whatever passed between them held no need of witness. The reclusiarch did not bless him as lesser priests might have done. He simply stood in the old black armor of his office and inclined his head once. Cademan exhaled. The breath left him and did not return. So the Emperor's champion passed from Gethsemane, becoming memory, wound, and myth in the same moment. Not through song, not through some distant pageantry, but in a blasted side chamber, while the war outside continued to demand shells and blood in equal measure. Malkor recorded his death in the same iron voice with which he recorded all others. Yet when he spoke the name, every Black Templar present bowed. Dathan Krael lived a little longer. No art of the chirurgeons could hide what the campaign had done to him. The missing arm was only the most visible insult. He had bled into half a dozen battlefields. His organs bore trauma from shell concussions and boarding fires. Toxin traces still gnawed at his blood from the fungal pits. The wound he would not name, because it had not come from any single strike, was accumulated damage itself. Armageddon had been killing him one compartment, one avenue, one wall at a time, and now the tally had reached its end. He refused the slab. He refused enforced rest, refused sedation, refused confinement, and remained on his feet through the final stabilization of the district, because his place, as he saw it, was with the living until he ceased to qualify among them. Only when the last munitions detail had been set and the outer firing steps had enough bodies again to look like a line did he call for Brusque. They stood in the lee of a shattered shrine front, overlooking the central avenue, now clogged with orc dead, imperial dead, shell casings, broken masonry, tank wreckage, and sacred dust ground, so fine by traffic and collapse that it hung in the air like old incense. Dusk or dawn meant little on Armageddon, but the light there had taken on that ashen half-tone which made every wound appear older than it was. Dathan leaned against a broken St. Plinth, with his chainsword mag clamped to his thigh and the stump of his left shoulder sealed in blackened medici resin. His face had become a map of fatigue drawn over old cruelty and newer respect. "You are no longer meat praying to become iron," he said. Brusque said nothing. He knew better than to step on the moment with reflex gratitude. Dathan took a length of chain from his belt. It was battle-worn, one link warped by heat, another dark with ancient blood trapped beneath the oil. Brusque had seen it wrapped about the initiate's wrist during oaths, used to bind weapon to hand in boarding action, and once, at Gethsemane, to drag a dying brother free through flame. "My chain," Dathan said, "my vow follows it. If you take one, you take the other. Not as ornament, not as memory, as burden." Brusque knelt. Dathan placed the chain across his palms. "Speak." Brusque's mouth felt dry, though the air around them was thick with damp ash and oil. "I will bear the blade where ordered. I will hold where commanded. I will spend blood before faith. I will not mistake mercy for duty or fury for strength." Dathan's ruined face tightened, perhaps in approval, perhaps only in the pain of standing long enough to hear it. "Add this," he said. Brusque looked up. "Peace is not a destination. It is only the silence made between guns while the next killing gathers." Brusque repeated it. Only then did Dathan nod. The battlefield rite that followed did not resemble the ceremonies Brusque had once imagined in the safe chambers of chapter memory. There were no polished halls, no ordered candle rows unmarred by tremor, no choir, only smoke, rubble, blood, and the witness of brothers too tired to feign grandeur and too devout to need it. Voss came, Malkor came. What remained of the nearest sword brethren gathered in a half-circle over broken paving, still stained with Mogrok's death. Dryle stood farther back with two of his surviving officers, because he had been called as witness to the exchange between warrior kinds. Brusque knelt amid shell fragments and the ground remains of both friend and foe. Dathan, still upright only by will, placed his remaining hand upon the neophyte's brow. "Worthy," he said. Malkor stepped forward and bound the chain around Brusque's wrist. By that act, by that word, by the presence of the chapter's will, embodied in Marshal and Reclusiarch both, Brusque Gallen ceased to be what he had been. He was elevated not in triumph, but in necessity, made battle brother in a district too ruined for proper pageantry, and therefore all the truer for it. When it was done, Dathan exhaled once, and the strength left him. He did not collapse dramatically. He simply folded, as a man released from duty might at last permit his body to do what it had been denied. Brusque caught him before his head struck the broken stone. For the first and last time, the old initiate allowed another to bear his weight. "Good," Dathan murmured, though whether to Brusque, to the chapter, or to the simple fact of ending, no one there could have said. Then he died. Brusque did not weep. The war had cured him of easy tears, yet something inside him tightened with the hard, painful shape of an inheritance accepted. The chain weighed little. It felt immeasurable. Later, when the district command had been re-established in a shattered tower and the next stage of the wider campaign began to reveal its demands, Dryle and Voss spoke one last time before orders drew them apart. They stood over a hololith flickering with fresh disaster. New fronts, new breakthroughs, Gazgkul yet alive. Other hives still under monstrous pressure, reinforcement requests piling like the dead. Armageddon had not paused in gratitude for Gethsemane's defense. It had merely shifted the pain elsewhere. Dryle looked older than when the crusade had first descended. The kind of age battle lays onto a man in layers that no calendar tracks. "Your chapter has preserved this corridor," he said, "at a cost I would once have called unforgivable." Voss regarded the map rather than the colonel. And now? Dryle's rebreather hung idle at his neck. His raw human face showed every line of exhaustion. "Now I call it the price that was asked and paid." Voss inclined his head a fraction. It was not gratitude. It was the nearest thing his kind offered to respect, when respect had been earned in shared fire. "You held like a soldier of the Imperium," the Marshal said. Dryle allowed the smallest, bleakest curl of humor to touch his mouth. "And you killed like the thing the Imperium keeps for when soldiers are no longer enough." Neither denied it, neither softened it. That was the whole of their accord. When the final casualty ledgers had been inscribed and the immediate tactical situation confirmed, Malcor addressed the surviving brethren within the blasted forge nave of Gethsemane. The furnace altars still burned. The roof above them was half gone. Wind carried ash through the chamber and made the hanging censers sway over floor stones, blackened by boot tread, blood, and old sacred oil. "Some of you believe Armageddon has changed us," the Reclusiarch said. His voice moved through the ruin with no need of amplifier. "It has not." He looked over the assembled warriors, over Brusque, newly risen among them, over the broken ranks of survivors who now understood too much of themselves ever to return to softer lies. "This war has not made us something new. It has stripped away every lie between us and what we are." No one answered. There was no answer to give. Outside, engines already rumbled in preparation. Fresh orders had arrived. The crusade was to redeploy deeper into the wider war. A front farther east had begun to fail. Another artery needed iron. Armageddon still burned, and would go on burning long after individual victories had passed into archive and prayer. Voss gave the final command before embarkation, while the remaining banners were gathered from the district, and the dead sorted into those who would be born with honor, those who would be burned, and those too fragmented to be anything but dust in the next wind. "No man under my banner," he said, "will ever again speak of peace as anything but a pause between slaughters." The words were not rhetoric. They were law born from proof. Brusque stood atop the broken steps of the Central Avenue shrine and looked out over what Gethsemane had become. Orc dead lay in drifts against blown-out armor. Imperial dead rested, where retrieval crews had not yet reached or could not afford to try. Shell casings gleamed in red dust and saint fragments. Sacred masonry, had been ground into the same mud as femurs, teeth, treads, and ash. The avenue itself looked less like a road than a wound the city had failed to close. He understood then what the chapter was made of. Not merely fury, not merely faith, not cruelty alone, though cruelty had been required often enough. The Black Templars were made of endurance, sharpened into purpose, of men who accepted that victory might demand acts lesser souls would call monstrous and still knelt before the throne after performing them, of warriors who could mythologize themselves not from vanity but from the need to carry unbearable history forward as fuel, of chain and vow, of obedience and wrath, of never mistaking survival for absolution. The black cross banner still moved above the ruins. Below it, the survivors formed up. There was no celebration, no grand closing address, no choir to mark the defense of Gethsemane as complete. Tanks coughed smoke. Thunderhawks descended through ash. Servitors hauled ammunition. Apothecaries sealed the last gene seed vaults. Steel Legion troopers watched the Astartes depart with expressions too complicated for easy naming. Malcor carried his ledger. Voss walked at the fore. Brusque took his place among the brothers, Dathan's chain wrapped around his wrist beneath fresh armor seals. Then they marched. Not toward home, not toward remembrance, back into the smoke. On Armageddon, war was not an event. It was a revelation, and once seen clearly, it never released those who had survived it.